In this video, we are going to discuss the basic introduction of Python. And in this video, you will also find the answers of questions such as why Python is getting popular and what makes Python a better programming language than others. So we will discuss about the basics of Python, the history, several characteristics which makes it such a better programming language than others, and several applications. So to begin with, what is Python? Python is nothing but a general purpose dynamic, high level, and interpreted programming language. So this is the very basic definition of Python, that it is a general purpose, dynamic, high level, and interpreted programming language. It supports object-oriented programming approach to develop several applications. The history behind Python is that it is an interpreted and high-level programming language created by Guido van Rossum and first released in 1991. That time the version Python 2.0 released in 2000, and it introduces features like list comprehension, garbage collection, which we all be studying in our upcoming videos. So now, what are the several characteristics, or we can say the features of Python that makes it such a better programming language than others and such an use in today's world? So the very first characteristics of Python is that it is easy to use. That is, it has simple structure, easy keywords, and clear defined syntax that makes it easy and attract students. The second feature is that it is free and open source. So Python language is freely available, and in its official web address, it can be easily available and you can download it. Also, we have Google Colab for doing the basic programs, which I will discuss in my upcoming videos. Third is that it is object oriented. Now, object oriented is like Python supports both procedure oriented and object oriented programming, which is one of the key features of Python. It also supports multiple inheritance, which we have seen when we previously discussed about Java also, that it doesn't support multiple inheritance. For that we use the concept of interfaces, but there's no as such case as in Python. It supports multiple inheritance also. The next feature is that it is portable. Now, portable means Python run equally on different platforms like Windows, Linux, Unix, etc. The next feature is it is expressive language. Now, Python code's simple and it makes more readable and understandable. That means when we will do with the coding portion, you can see that it is very easy to write and it is more understandable. There is not a huge lump sum of logic there. It is very easy to understand. The important feature is that it is interpreted. I have also written here in the definition also that Python is an interpreted language, and we know that it reads and executes code line by line. That makes the debugging very easy. So this is also one of the feature we can say that it is interpreted. The next feature which we have is sixth we have discussed, and the seventh feature is extensible. Now this word you might have seen many a times, extensible. This means that Python code simple and it makes more readable and understandable too. Also, you can write some of your Python code in other languages like C++. It makes Python more extendable to the other fields also. Next is that it is integrated. That means it can be integrated with languages like C, C++, and Java. Also, the major feature of Python is that GUI. So it is GUI programming is supported. That means Python offers various libraries for making graphical user interface, and Python is actually so much in use because it has a huge lump sum of libraries, and from there you can inherit several functions, or you can say several methods for using any kind of program, or you can make a developed kind of interface also. So it supports GUI program also. And the last feature, it can be said that, which I have discussed also, that a large standard library. Python downloads with large library that you can use, so you don't have to write your own code for every single thing. It has a huge sum of libraries. So this is one of the most important feature, and that makes Python so much in use because it has a large standard library. So these are the features which makes Python so much in use, and it is such an advanced and developing programming language in today's world. Next we come to the applications, which are the several fields in which Python is used. So the applications are the fields in which Python programming is mostly used. The first field is web applications. So web applications, we can use Python to develop web application, and it also provides us framework such as Django, Pyramid, etc. to design several web applications. One of the major use of Python today is in ML, machine learning. Different applications can be implemented in machine learning using Python. Third is scientific computing. Some libraries are there like SciencePy, Pandas, which are full of package of engineering and mathematics that helps the programmer or the user to do scientific computing. So Python has a major scope or an application that is in scientific computing. It has also major use in business applications also. In business application, we have OpenERP, Triton, and other good examples of Python business application. That means this is actually the format where you can develop several business applications also. It is also a major use in games and 3D graphics. Now, PY game library for games and GUI library to develop the user interface in Python based application. So that is much more in use for creating the games and the 3D graphics. Also, last application, which is a major application, that is desktop applications. Now, desktop applications like YouTube, Dropbox, BitTorrent, Bazaar, and Cinema 4D are the desktop applications which are all developed in Python. Some of the real life applications of Python are Netflix, Facebook, Google, etc. They all are somewhere developed with the help of Python. So that's why Python is so much in use, and it is such an efficient programming language. The major use is that it is interpreted and it has a large standard library, and there are other sets of libraries also which can be used, and it provides frameworks such as Django, Pyramid, SciencePy, Pandas, which are full of package for development and building several applications. So this is a basic introduction of Python which we have discussed by the end of this video. In upcoming videos, we will be getting started with Python programming. In this video, we are going to get started with Python programming, and Python code is shorter than the code which is written in any other programming languages, because even for printing just a simple statement, we have to use the header files in C, C++, and in other programming languages also the syntax is much larger. It means that there is a main function and then we have to write it in the statements of print and all that thing. But in Python it is very simple. For example, if you want to print hello world, then what we have to do is you have to just write print, and in quotes you have to mention hello world. That's it. You have to write this simple line of code to print. There is no semicolon at the end of it, and there is no printf or C in C out. It is just simple. As we write in English print, we have to write like that only. It is much easier. And you can see that Python code is much shorter than C. This is just for print also, but other codes are also very short in Python. And it's like English syntax. It makes Python more easy to learn by the programmers and other students also, that it is much easier to learn. Whereas in C, what we have to do, we have to first initialize the header file, then in main function we have to write printf, then the statement, then any return if there, that is return 0, and then we have to close. But we have to not do such things in Python. So that's why it's just much easier to learn. Now next, where we are going to execute our Python code, we are going to execute that in Google Colab. So for that, you have to not install any software, or the software installation process is not there. So simply what we have to do is, you have to write here, you can see here, Google Colab. And this is the very first link, collab.research.google.com. You have to click here. And next, if you have signed in already, then this particular screen will open, or else you have to sign with any of your Google account, and then you have to create a new notebook. So here we are going to write all our Python code, and this is basically a very good feature, a cloud that we are using for running our Python code, rather than reducing the process of installing the software in your system and all that. Here you can write, and this automatically, the code, if you want to save it, saves to your drive. So this is the particular line which you can code. So for example, if I want to print hello world, so this is the particular line which I want to print in my display. So here I am writing the code, and it will be output will be displayed here. You can click here also for the run cell, that this particular cell has been executed, this particular cell has to be executed, or you can just press shift enter for executing. So this particular code will execute, and it will give you the display here that what it is going to print. This is a single line of code. You can write multiple line of codes also by just pressing enter like this. Here you can do that. So here you can see that it has print hello world also. Now for multiple line of code, what we have to do, if you write here print hello, and next you can write other statements also, print and similarly you can run this set of code also, and you can see here it is going to show you that hello and then how are you. So it is much easier. You have to not import any header file or any such thing. It is just very simple writing a code in Python. Now you can save this particular file here also. For example, if I want to save this particular file as first, so this particular file can be saved to your desktop also if you want to save, or you can fetch it from the drive also. So this is how this particular file can be saved of your code. So it is much easier to write Python code here. That's why we are using Google Colab for running all our Python programs. Next we come up to the comments, that we know that there are comments which are there in Python. So comments are also very easy in Python. If you want to give a single line comment, then you have to use the hash sign for writing the single line comment. And if you want to line the multi-line comment, which we say, for that either you have to use this double quotes, single quotes triple time, or you can use the double quotes also, and similarly it will end like that. It will begin with double quotes and it will end with single quotes 3 times. You can write the multiple line comments also. Let's see how can you do that. For example, if we are starting with Python, then if I write this particularly print this is what I'm writing, and now I'm specifying a comment that what this particular line is going to do. Then for that I'm going to write that this is a single line comment. So this is how you can write the comment also. So it will print you just the output that okay, this is hello everyone, and this is a single line comment. You can do that. Similarly you can do multiple line comment auto. It starts with triple double quotes and ends with the single quotes also. So this is how it begins, or you can simply start with single quotes 3 times and end that with simply single quote 3 times. This is also you can write the multiple line comments. Next we come to the variables in Python. Now variables, we all know that what are variables. Variables are nothing but reserved memory location to store the values, and this means when you create a variable you reserve some space in the memory. So for example, if I am initializing the value of, let's say, a is equals to 20, and then here I am also initializing a particular value that b equals to, let's say, GoEduHub. These are the two things which I am initialized as variables. Next I want to print, so that is going to show me the results or return me that what are the particular values which are initialized there. It's going to print. So for that what I can write is very simple, just write print a comma b. And as you execute this particular statement or this set of code, here you can see a comma b, so 20, and go edu hub is printed. So this is how it is done. So you have seen that how easy it is to initialize variable and print them in Python. Next, if we come to the keywords in Python. Now there is a thing that a variable name cannot start with a number, and it must start with underscore or any alphabet. That is acceptable. A variable name is case sensitive. It should only contain alphabet, digits, and underscore. Now you cannot declare Python keywords as a variable. So you cannot declare the keywords as variable name or any identifiers name particularly. Now Python has a set of 33 keywords, and how can you see that those particular keywords? For that, firstly what you have to do is import keyword. And next, if you want to check that how many keywords are actually there, then you are going to write that in print keyword .kw list. And as you execute this set of cell of code, then here you can see it is printing you the several set which are keywords. So you cannot define these particular names as your variable, for as which you have is a equals to 20 and b equals to go edu hub. So you cannot use these particular, that assert is equals to 20. It will show that no, this is a keyword. You cannot declare it as a variable. So this is the very basic thing which we must know while importing any particular name or giving as keyword. You cannot use false, none, true, as. So this is a set of 33 keyword, and this is the particular set of code which you can see that how can you print all the keywords. Then you can print with the help of print keyword.kw list in Python. Next is the data types in Python, and we are going to study about the basics of data types and how it is classified in Python. So data types in Python are of two types, or majorly classified into two types, that is immutable and mutable. Now immutable are those which are unable to change. That means we cannot change, or you can add or remove the particular value. And mutable are those, that means they are liable to change. You can add or remove the values from mutable. Now in immutable there are numbers, string, and tuple. And in mutable there is list, dictionary, and sets. So we will discuss about them in detail in our upcoming videos about each data type. But how can we right now check that if any particular value passed to a variable, then what is the particular data type? So for that we have a function in Python, and the name of that function is type. So for example, we have passed the value of a equals to 20, and now I want to know that what is the particular type of this data. So how can I do that? I just have to write in the print statement that print type of a. Simple. And it will return me that this is the particular type or the data type of the particular variable a is this. It is integer or string or whatever it is going to print me. So now let us check that how can we find the type of a data type with the help of type function in Python. So let's say we have used a equals to 10 and b equals to, I have initialized a string here, and c equals to 10.25, and now I want to print the type to know that what data type it actually is. So for that we have a type function. So I have to write print type of a, print type of b, and similarly print type of c. Now as I execute this particular set, here you can see it returns me that the class type a is int, for cat it is string, and for 10.25 it is a float. This is how it is going to print. So this shows me this particular type function. I can exactly know that particular variable what type of value is passed with the help of type function to find out that what type of value passed in that particular variable or what is the data type. So by the end of this video, we have discussed about how can we print a particular statement or print several lines of statement in Python, comments, how can we initialize variable, and what are the several keywords which are there which we cannot take as a name of a variable or identifier. And we have also seen the use of type function. For more concepts and programs of Python, we will look into upcoming videos. In this video, we are going to discuss about the data types in Python, and the first data type which we are going to discuss is numbers or numerical data types. So numerical data types hold numeric values, and in numerical values there are 4 types, or we can say subtypes there, which are in Python, and the following subtypes are: firstly, and the first subtype which is there in Python is integers. Secondly, we have float. Next, we have complex number. And lastly, we have boolean. We will discuss it one by one and execute a program also. So first comes is integers. Now integers, as we all know, are used to represent the whole number values. And how can we do that? We have seen in the variable declaration and initialization of values, we have to simply write x equals to 10, or we can write y equals to 1, 2, 3, 4. And then if we want to check the type of the variable data type, then we know that Python provides us a function, and the name of that function is type, which we have also discussed in our previous video. With the help of this type function, we can see that this particular data or this particular variable is of which function or is of which data type, and it will return the type of the mentioned variable data type. Second, we have float, and we know that float is used to represent the decimal point values. So the decimal point values are represented with the help of float, and what we are going to do is, similarly we are going to execute for 10.25, let's say, in x, and in y we are going to execute 75.67, and then also with the help of this type function we are going to print that this data type or this particular variable is of which data type. Next we have is complex number. So complex number, we know that it is in the form which represent a real value, and imaginary values are denoted with j, that is the end of the number. So it is for representation of imaginary values. Complex number are used to represent imaginary values, and imaginary value portion will be denoted with j at the end of the number. So let's say if we are initializing here as 15 plus 4j, that means this is the imaginary part. So when I execute print type x, then it will return me that it is of complex type. Lastly, we have boolean. So boolean is used for categorical output, since the output of boolean either it can be true or it can be false. So let's say if we have written a program like this, that num is equal to 5 greater than 4. This particular thing is going to be checked. Firstly, we want to print the type of num, and then we are going to see the output also, that display as the output also, that it is true or false. Then simply we can write print num. So you can see it's very easy to code in Python, and it is very much simpler. That's why it is such a popular programming language. So let us execute this code and see how can we fetch the data types of the following variables. So here you can see that firstly what I'm going to do is I'm going to initialize a variable a, and there I'm going to give the value as 10. Next I want to initialize a variable b, and I'm giving the value as 20.36. Next I will initialize a value x, and there I will give the imaginary part so that we can see the complex data type of in numerical of Python. So let us give 10 plus 9j. And lastly I'm going to do for boolean also. So what we have done, we have checked with the help of num that if num is equals to 89 greater than 56. So this is all we have done, and next we are going to print the type. So let us firstly print the type of A. For that we use the type function, and firstly we want to print the type of A. Next I want to print the type of B. Print the type of X also, and print the type of num of this variable first. So as I execute this particular code, you can see that firstly the type is printed here, that you can see the class is int of A because it is having an integer type value, a whole number. Next it is having decimal point value, so it is float. X is complex because it is having an imaginary part also, that is 9j, so that is complex. And bool is symbolizing the boolean, that is of boolean data type. And how can we further do the comparison and return that the print num exactly? So let us write here only. Here you can see, when I run this particular code again, this much portion is explained to you, I have already explained. Here it returns true, that yes, 89 is greater than 56. So this sums up to the numerical data type which are there in Python, or we can say the numbers which are there in Python, that is integer, float, complex number and boolean. Next data type we will discuss in upcoming video. In this video we are going to discuss about the next data type, that is strings in Python. Now strings in Python are used to represent the Unicode char values. So for representation of Unicode char values, there are strings in Python. As Python does not support a character data type, then the single character is also treated as a string in Python. We denote or declare the string values inside the single or double quotes. That means in the print you can give the values either in double quotes or you can give in single quotes also. To assess the values of a string, we use indexes and square brackets. For example, if this is a particular string, let's say Python, then begin index as it starts with, we know 0, 1, 2, 3, 4 and 5, and if I am fetching it from backwards or from the end of the string, then it starts with -1, -2, -3, -4, -5 and -6. So this is how indexing is used, and if you want to assess any particular value of this string, let's say Python, then you have to use the indexes and square brackets. How can you do that? For example, if I have stored this particular X string Python in variable X, then what I'm going to do, if I want to fetch, then I will use like this, that you have to fetch from this particular, let's say print, and you have to fetch the X from second position, and then it will return you the particular which is there in second position, that is T. It will return you the character T which is there in the second position of the string. So this is how you can fetch the characters. Now if you want to input a particular string, then how can you do that? That is command line input for string. For that Python there is a very simple function. You just have to write x equals to input like this. So first list is going to ask you for input when you execute this set of code, and then if you're giving here that print hello and that particular thing x which has been entered by the user. So in the output, firstly it will ask you for a string to be entered or any set of characters you have to enter, and then it will print hello, that particular set of characters which you have entered. Let's say hello, any name can be said Amit. If you have entered Amit, then it will print like hello Amit. So this is how strings actually work in Java. So this is how string works in Python. Now there are several operations which can be also done using string, and those are upper, that is the dot upper. It is used to change the case, that this will make the letter to uppercase. Similarly, we use the dot replace also. There you can replace a particular character of present in the string, and how can you do that? You have to just mention that particular character you want to replace, and to which character this will replace with which particular character you have to also give that I want to replace this with this particular character or any other character. And similarly, if you give the indexes also, then it will return the string starting from that particular index to ending index. Let's say if you want to fetch the string from this, so you have to give like this x 1, 5. So it will return this particular 1 to 5 strings which are there, and you have to use the print method to print it. That's you can use. So these are the several operations which are there in string. So now let us execute the 3 small codes which I have mentioned. Firstly, for assessing the string, how can we do that? And then how can we command line input for strings also? How can we give an input for string? Similarly, with the help of x input function, and then print it also with the help of print function, and then using several other operation in string. So firstly, here I am going to give a string, and that is Python. And next I want to fetch the second character from this particular string, or let's say the character which is present in the second index. So how can I do that? I have to use the print statement, and there I can write a, and in square brackets you have to give the index. So let's say I'm giving the index here as second index I want to fetch. Now as I execute this particular set of code, it returns me that at second index the variable which is there, or the character which is there, is t. Here you can see 0, 1, 2. So at second index there is t, so it has returned you t. Now if you want to give the input and then print something with the help of command line, how can you do that? For let's say x input, and then you want to print hello and the x which user has input. Now if you execute this particular set of code, here you can see firstly it is going to ask you to enter the value as you have mentioned the input function here. For example, I am giving my own name, and as I press enter, it is going to print hello Sukanya. That means the string which is there in input, with the help of command line input we can do that. We can take the input from the user and then also print a particular string. Now we have also discussed about several operations, so let us implement those operations also in the string. For example, if the string which we have already given there as Python, so let us give it once more. And now I want to do that, I want to change the case of this particular string. So how can I do that? In the print, I'm going to write as a dot, and then I'm going to change the case. So I will write at upper. So when I write this particular case, it will print the upper case which will be changed of the string. As I execute this set of code, here you can see that the case is changed from small letters to capital. Similarly, you can make it lower also, but it is already in lowercase. So if you give a particular string in uppercase, then it will be changed with the help of, let's say, a dot lower method. Next, you can replace the string also, and let's see how can we do that. For example, this is how you have done for upper, and next I want to replace. So now here you can see that for replace, what I have done is I have stored the particular after replace the string which will be there in x variable, and then I have printed in x. For example, if I want to replace n with u, so I have given the syntax that a dot replace n with u. That means this particular n in the string will be replaced with u, and then print the x, which is the new string. So as I execute this particular line, here you can see that firstly the upper is being displayed, that okay, this is an uppercase, it is changed, and then it is changed, that is the n is replaced. You can see in Python n is replaced with u. So this is how replace actually works in Python, is this particular function. Now that doesn't mean that this particular string is changed, because strings are actually immutable in nature, which means you cannot change a string once it is replaced or once it is changed. So that means if you again print this particular a, then it is going to print Python only, because initially you have initialized the string and that is immutable in nature. So by the end of this video, we have discussed about strings, which are also set of data types in Python, and for next data type we will discuss in upcoming videos. Next data type which we are going to discuss in Python is list. Now list is one of the 4 collection data types which we have in Python, and we are choosing a collection type as it is important to understand the functionality and the limitations of collection. Tuple, set and dictionary are the other collection data types in Python. So a list is actually ordered and changeable. That means lists are mutable. You can change the values unlike string, and we can add duplicate values as well. So to declare a list, we use the square brackets. Like how can I do that? For example, if I want to declare a list, list is equals to, and then you have to give the entries to the list. If you are giving the entries in numbers, then you have to just give like this. And if you are giving a string, then you have to enclose it either in double quotes or in single quotes. So let's say if you have given a string like this, so this is the list. And if you want to print this, then you have to simply write print list. So it will print the entries which are mentioned in list. Next come is, how can you assess the items of list? Now to assess the item of list, we use this indexes only, like we did in string also. And for that we have to do is, for example, if you want to print the particular value from the list and from the index second if you want to print, and up till which index you want to print, let's say from 4th index last you want to print. So this is how you can do. This will get you the value from the index 2nd to 4. So indexing is same 0, 1, 2, 3. So there are no 4, but it will extract the last element only. So it will extract 30 and ABC. This is how you can assess the values from a particular list. Next is, how can you add or replace the values in list? How can you do that? So for that you have is, for example, if you firstly want to replace the value which is there. For example, if you want to replace the value which is as second index. So for that you have to do is, you have to write list and you have to change that the index second. What is the value you want to change? Give it, let's say 40. So this is how you can replace a particular list. And if you use the print list statement again, then it will give you 10, 20, 40 and ABC. This is how it will be printed. This is replace function, how it works if you want to change the particular value in any list. Next is append. If you want to add the values at the end of the list, then you can use the append function. So how can you do that? For example, list dot append, and you can give here the value which you want to append. If numerical value, you can just write it simply, let's say 50, or if you want to append any string value, then you can give it in the quotes. This is how you can append, and then you can use again the print statement to see that if that particular entry or that item is added to the list or not. Similarly, if you want to insert at a specific position, then how can you do that? You have to use the insert method for that. That will insert at the given index which you are specifying. For example, list.insert. If you want to insert at the first position, and what is the value you want to insert? For example, I want to insert 55 in this particular list. So this is how you can insert in the list, and then you can print to see that changes are done or not. Now there are other operations also which can be performed on the list. For example, other operations, it can be clear. Now clear is a particular method which removes all the elements from the list. Copy is another method also which is there to return a copy of the list. Extend is a method that adds the element to the list at the end of the current list. You can use the extend method also. You can use this particular append method also. Count, as the name suggests, it returns you the count of how many particular items are there in list. That means it returns the number of items or the elements with the specified values. Index returns the index of a particular element. Pop, if you are using this particular function pop, and you give the index, then it removes the element from the specified position which you are specifying here. Similarly, you can use the remove function also instead of pop to remove the particular item from the specified with the specified value. Sort is also a function which is there in list, and the sort function is used to sort the list. That means arrange the particular list. Also, you can use the reverse function to reverse the list. Now let us firstly create a list. Let's see how can we create a list and then assess the values and implement a few methods to see that how can we assess a list in Python. For example, I'm firstly creating a list and it is having value 10, 20, 30, 40, and lastly I'm giving a string as ABC. So this is the list which I am initialized first, and now I want to print this particular list. So for that we simply used print and list, and as I execute this particular set, then it returns me, here you can see the values which I have initialized in the list. Next we have studied that we can fetch the elements or assessing the values from the list. How can we do that? For example, here only I can change. If I want to assess the value from second to fourth index, then it will return me the value which is there between this particular two indexes, and here you can see that this is the 0th index, first, second, third and the fourth index. So here you can see that the second and fourth index values have been from second and fourth index, it has been returned to you in this particular list. Next we are going to use several methods, that is for adding or replacing in any particular list. For that, if I use another list, let's say I'm using the list 10, 20, 30, 40 and 50. This is the list which I am using for using the several methods. Now if I want to firstly replace any particular item, then how can I do that? I will write simply list and I'll mention the index from which I want to replace. Let's say if I want to replace from the second index, and what is the value which I want to give? The value which I want to replace at the second index will be 55. And then if I print this particular list again, then here you can see that the values have been changed. From the second index, earlier it was 30 and now it is 55. So this is how we can use the replace. Now if I want to append also, for that how can I do that? Let's say list dot append, and which is the value you want to append, you can give it here. For example, if I want to append 85 to this particular list, and as I execute this particular set again, then here you can see append function adds the element or the particular element of the list at the end of the list. So you can see it has been appended. And if you want to insert at any particular position, then how can you do that? Let's say list dot insert. Firstly, specify the position where you want to insert and then give the value which we want to insert. Here you can see also it is giving us the hints also that index should be there and the object, that is insert object before that particular index. So let's say if I want to insert there 65, and as I again execute this set of command, then you can see here that at the fourth index now it has been replaced with 65 of this particular list. And there are other functions also which we have discussed, such as we have used the clear function also. So how can we use that particular function? Let's say list dot clear, and next when I execute this particular set of command, here you can see it is empty. That means all the elements have been cleared. You can use other method names also. It is very simple to use, and this is all about list data type in Python. For next data type we will discuss in upcoming video. In this video we are going to discuss the next data type in Python, and that is dictionary. Now dictionary is also a collection type of array in Python, but they have key value pairs. Dictionary is having key value pairs. A dictionary is unordered and it can be changeable. That means it is mutable. We can use the keys to access the items from a dictionary. That means in this key and value pair, if you want to access, then in list or in string or in tuples also we have done it with the help of indexes. But in dictionary, if you want to access any particular item, then how can you do that? You can do that with the help of the key value pair. Now to declare a dictionary, we use curly braces. For declaring any particular dictionary, we use the curly braces. For example, if I have declared a particular dictionary named dict, then dict equals to, in this curly braces, I am going to write the key value pairs. Let's say if you are giving the numeric as key, then 1, and it is having, let's say the name is Amit. It is separated with commas. 2, let's say the name is Ani. 3, the name is Aman. So this is how you can give the elements, or you can change the elements or access with the help of the key and value pairs. So this is how you can declare a particular dictionary with the help of key value. How can you display this particular dictionary? Simply with the help of print statement. In print you have to write dict. When you write this, the particular dictionary gets printed, that all the key value pairs get printed. Now if you want to change the value, that if you want to change any particular value, if you want to display only of a particular key, then how can you do that? For example, if I want to display this particular record of Ani, then how can I do? For that I have to write print dict, and in the square brackets I have to give the key. We know that for using any particular key value pair or for accessing, we use the key in dictionary. So I will write here 2. This particular key will help me to access the item from the dictionary. As I execute this particular statement, it will give in the output Ani, that for this particular key the value is Ani. Similarly, you can access the particular other keys also with the help. You can write here 1 also for Amit, or 3 if you want to fetch for Aman also, you can do that. Now you can also use a method also is there. If you use this particular method dict.get, and there also you can give the key, whichever key you want to give. Like for example, you can give the key 1 here. You can use the particular accessing with the help of get method also. This serves the same purpose to access the values as the particular above statement does. Now since we are using the key to access the item, that means it cannot have duplicate value. Another thing added to the dictionary, that it cannot have duplicate value. Because it is not possible for a single key to have multiple values or same values, it will declare an error. So it cannot have multiple values, and the values can have duplicate items. If there are a number of values which are same, then they can have the duplicate items. But key needs to be same. Key needs to be unique, and it cannot be duplicate. Now how can we do the data manipulation? That means how can we add a new value to the dictionary? For that we have to simply write here, let's say dict, and firstly here you're going to mention the key. Let's say if you want to have added till 3, okay, so next we'll add for 4, and there I want to give value, or let's say I want to give a name Amita. So this is the particular value, it will be added to the dictionary, and with the help of print you can see that this particular value is appended at the end of dictionary. You can replace a particular value also, and for replacing also what you have to do is, for example, you want to replace this particular value only, then you have to write dict. At which particular you are replacing, you have to write, let's say at 4 I am replacing, and there I want to replace it actually with Sukanya. So I want to replace with this name only, then we can replace the value like this also in dictionary. If I want to delete a particular value, then how can I do that? For example, if I want to delete the key value 3, then I have to do is dict dot pop, and you have to mention here the key. That is, if you want to delete from 3, let's say, so this is deleted, and then you again print the dictionary using this statement, print dict, then you can see there will be only 1, 2 and 4, which you have just now updated. 3 will be deleted. You can use the remove method also. That also serves the same purpose for deleting a value from a key and a value pair from the dictionary. Now it has also the same set of functions and methods which we have studied in list and tuple. That is, you can use the clear method to clear the dictionary. You can use the items method to return the list containing tuple of key and the value pairs. You can use update also, and you can use this particular values method also. This method returns the list of all the values in the dictionary which are there. Set default returns the value of the specified key. If you use this particular method, that is set default, then this method will return you the value of any particular specified key. So this is all about dictionary. Now let us create a dictionary and process some methods so that you can get a clear picture of dictionary. So firstly, let us create a particular dictionary, and then we will use certain methods to assess it. So we have created a dictionary, and we will name the dictionary as dict, and we use curly braces to initialize the dictionary. And let us now give the key and value pair. So for this one, let's say this one is a roll number, and for one I am giving the name as Amit. For 2 I am giving the name as Ani, and for 3 I am giving the particular name as Amita. These are the values which I am giving in dict or the dictionary, and next I am going to print this particular dictionary. And as I execute this particular set, you can see here it has returned me all the values which are there, that the key and value pair which are there in this particular dictionary. Now if I want to fetch from any one particular item, I want to fetch for any one record, then how can I do that? For example, I want to fetch for only second, then it is going to return me, here you can see that second, it has only returned me the name, that is Ani. So you can fetch for a single record also, that if you want to fetch for only one key instead of the whole dictionary. Next, if I want to add a particular value, how can I do that to this particular dictionary? If I want to add the particular value, then let me see firstly how can I do that. In this particular dictionary, at 4th place I want to add a value. Let's say this is a value, and next I am going to print the dictionary. So this is how we can do it. We have given the key, that is the 4, and the value related to it, Sukanya, and then we are going to print this particular dictionary. As I execute this, next you can see it, the 4 and one more key and the value pair has been added to the dictionary. This is how you can add a particular value. And similarly, what we can do, we can replace a value also. How can we do that? Let's see. For example, let us change it here only. At 2nd place, I want to change the name. Instead of Ani, I want to print the name, I want to change the name as Anaya. So let's see how can we do that. Also, we have removed an entry also. So let's see, this is how it's done. Amit, and the 2nd place earlier it was Ani, now it's Anaya, and at 3rd place it is Amita. And as I have changed the code, so last entry is automatically deleted. Next, if I want to delete a particular value, this is how we have actually replaced. Next, if I want to delete, then I can do deletion with the help of pop method. So how can I do that? Here, if I want to delete, dict.pop is the method if we use, and next I give here the, let's see, from 2nd I want to pop, and then I want to print this rest of the dictionary. As I execute this particular thing, here you can see that now there is only one key and that value is Amit. At 2nd key the value is Amita. That means 2nd place this particular value is deleted or it is removed. You can use the remove method also, it will serve the same purpose. Next, if I want to use the clear method, let's see, dict.clear. This is the method if I have used, and then I am printing the dictionary again. You can see here it returns me the empty curly braces. That means all the data from the dictionary has been deleted. Similarly, we can use the keys also. Let us see how can we use the keys method. Like if I want to fetch for the keys, then how can I do that? If I execute this set, then you can see it returns me all the list containing all the keys. Similarly, it goes for items also. It returns a list of tuple of keys and value pairs. And next, if I want to update a particular dictionary that we have seen, we can replace it, or you can use the update for the dictionary with all the key and value pairs. Next, this is the keys, and if I want to fetch for values, let's see if there is any change in both the methods. There is no change because key automatically returns the list containing all the keys, so it automatically returns you the values also. And similarly, it is the list of the values which has been returned, that is the whole dictionary. So by the end of this video, we have studied about dictionary as a data type in Python. For other type of data types, we will look into upcoming video. In this video, we are going to discuss about another type of data type that is in Python, and the name of that data type is set. So set is basically a data type consisting of collection of unordered elements. That means set contains of collection of unordered elements. These elements can be of any data type as sets, unlike array, and are not type specific. That means set is not type specific. Sets are mutable also. That means we can change it and do not have repeated copies of element. Also, the values of a set are unindexed. That means indexing operations cannot be performed on set because set are unindexed. Now, how can simply we say that, how can we declare a particular set? Then we can do it like this: set is equals to, let's say 1, and it is unordered and it can have any data type. Elements can have any data type, so we can give here string also, and we can give here float values also. This is particularly declaration of set, and you can print it with the help of like this print set. So this will print you all the elements. Now, a set as a whole is mutable, but elements of the set are not. You can change this particular set as a whole, but not the particular elements. Now, let us see that we have seen that how can we create a particular set. So firstly, with the help of using curly braces, we can do that. Also, we can use a set function. In Python, there is also a function called set. So this is one method to create a set, and the other method is using the set function. So using the set function also you can do that. And how can you do that? For example, x, if you name your set as, and then you give there as a set function you use, and there you give this all elements which you have given. And if you write here print x, then as you execute this particular cell, it will print you the in the output, it will print you all the elements of the particular set. You can also create an empty set also with the following set function. By not giving this in the parameter, you can create an empty set also. Next, we come to the set of operations which can be performed on a particular set. So you can perform the operations on a set by first operation which you can perform is finding the length. To find the length of the set, how can you do that? This function takes the name as the set parameter and returns the integer value which is equals to the number of element present in the set. For example, if we take this following set only and use the length function. So how can we do that? To find the length of set x, and you can enclose it within the print. So it will return you in the output 3, that there are 3 elements in the set. So the length of the particular set is 3. Next, we have already discussed that it is unindexed. That means you cannot access the values with help of indexing. So then how can we access the elements of set? Now, as we have studied about loops and we have studied about for loop, so with the help of loop, we can actually go through and access the elements of itself. So for accessing the elements, we use loop. Now, if I want to print and access this element, how can I do that? With the help of for loop. So what I will write, for x in set print x. So this is going to print all the elements which are there in the set, and if the order is different, so it is already unordered, so there is no need to think about it, and elements are unordered, so it will actually arrange you. While accessing the elements, it will arrange the elements. You can add the elements to the set also, or you can say update the elements also, and for that you can simply use the particular functions, that is dot add for adding the elements to a set, and dot update to update the elements of the set. For example, if you want to add in a particular set, then how can you do that? If I want to add in this particular set only, then I will write as that x dot add, and you can write the element which you want to add. For example, I want to add 34 to this particular set, and you can print the set again, that is print x, and you can see that it will be changed and another element will be added. Next, if you want to update, is used when you want to add more than one element to the existing set. If you want to add more than one element, then you can use the update function. So what you have to do is simply write x dot update and more than one elements, then enclose them within the square brackets, and for example you want to do like this, and these elements will be added and it will be updated. For removing, you can simply use the remove function, or there is discard also and pop function, but all of them perform the same operations only. So we will use the remove function, that x dot remove, and then you have to simply give which element you want to remove. For example, I want to remove 2.7. So x dot remove 2.7, and then you can print the set, so it will give you the remaining elements. So these are the functions which are majorly used in set. So let us execute a small program and see the working of it. So let us firstly create a set. So here you can see that I have firstly initialized a set, and next I want to print this. So I will simply write that print s, and as I execute this particular set of code, it prints all the elements which are there in the set. Now if I want to assess the elements of set, then how can I do that? But firstly, let us use the length function to calculate, check the length of the set. So what we do is length s, so I will change it from here. And enclose this within the print only, and then I will execute this cell. Then it returns me 4, because the number of elements which are there in this particular set name S are 4. That is 1, 2.4, ABC and 56. These are the elements which are there in set. Next we come to assessing the elements of set, that how can we assess the elements of set, printing the individual elements. So for that we use the for loop. I have told you that with the help of loops we can traverse the elements of the set. So let us write that for x in S print x. As I execute this particular set, here you can see in the output that the order is different than the order of elements that is applied to the set. This is because of the elements are not ordered in the set. So this is the ordered output which is given with the help of traversing. Next, if I want to add the elements to the set, for that we have studied that you can use the functions add, and for adding multiple elements we use update. So let us add a particular element first and print the set again. So for adding, what we have to do is s dot add. Firstly, I am adding a single element. So if I am adding x, y, z as an element to this set, and next I am going to print this set again. And as I execute this cell, so here you can see x, y, z is also added to this particular set. Here you can see x, y, z is added to this particular set, and it is ordered also, because set are originally unordered elements, so it has been ordered. Next, if I want to add multiple elements, then how can I do that? For that we use the update function. If I want to update in this particular set, I want to add a few more numbers, to add more than one elements in the set, then we use the update function. So s dot update, and there in square brackets I am going to give the numbers which I want to update. So these are the numbers which I am updating in this set S, and then I am printing the set S again. So print S, and as I execute this set, you can see here that the elements have been added to the particular set which I have been given for updating. Lastly, we have also added 25 also, so it has kept on that because it is mutable in nature, it is not immutable, so it keeps on the changes. Next, we have studied for removing the elements also, that how can I do that. For removing elements, what we have to do, this is the current set which we are having. Now next, if I want to remove the elements, for that we simply use the remove function, or we can use the pop and discard functions also. They all perform the same thing. So I am here using the remove function, and if I want to remove ABC from the particular set, so this is the set which was lastly there in output, and if we are removing ABC from this set, then what is going to happen? So as I execute this cell, here you can see that ABC is removed, and now the elements which are there in the set are 56, 1 and 2.4 only. That is all the integer and the float values which are there. For that we use the remove. Now we also have a clear function also in the set, and if we use that clear function and print the set, then what it does, it clears, it eliminates all the elements from the set. So let us execute that also, s dot clear. Now you can see it returns as a blank set, that there is no elements in the set and it is an empty set. That is what it is showing. You can also use the del keyword for if you want to completely delete the set. So it will completely delete your set for while you use the del keyword. So these are the basic operations which can be performed on the set and the data type, set data type in Python. In this video, we are going to discuss about loops in Python, and we will discuss about for loop and while loop. Firstly, we will discuss for loop and implement an example, and then we will discuss about while loop. So the for loop. So for loop in Python is quite simple in execution other than other programming languages. For loop is used to iterate over sequences like any list, tuple or set, etc. And not only just for the sequences, but any iterable object can also be traversed using a for loop. Now let us understand with the help of flowchart that how for loop exactly executes. So firstly, if we say that program initiation of that loop begins, and then it is checked that is it this last item in the sequence, then any particular function, for example, is checking that is it the last item in the sequence, so that particular item is checked. That is a decision or an iteration has been made. Now if the last item, it is not the last item, that means traversing needs to be go on, then it executes a certain body, that body of if or any other statement which you are giving, that it executes, and then it again check. And if it is the last item of the iteration after the loop is executing, then what it does, it exactly ends. If it is the last item of the iteration or the particular sequence, then it ends after traversing that particular last element, or it keep on executing the body and finally reaches to the last element. That means that this execution will start and look for the first item in the sequence or the iterable object which you are giving. It will check whether it has reached the end of the sequence or not, and after executing the statements in the block, it will look the next item and similarly check on, and the process will continue, and the execution has reached at the last item, then it will stop. If it is the last item, then it will stop. Now let us understand the syntax of for loop. How can we write that? And always keep in mind that indentation is must. We have also discussed in the decision making statements also previously that indentation is must while executing a Python program. So firstly, let us say that I have initialized a particular tuple, let's say x, and that is having value 1, 2, 3, 4 and 5. Now I want to print this number separately. For that I want to use a for loop. So this is the syntax for, let's say, I in x. That means every particular iteration I'm naming it as I in x. This is the syntax for loop in Python. That for I in x, what we have to do? Print I. Print every iteration. That means simply the numbers are going to get printed 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So in this particular example, the execution starts from the first item in the tuple x. In this particular tuple, it starts with the first item, that is 1. And it went on until the execution reached at 5, that is the last element of the tuple. It is very simple example of how we can use for loop in Python. And now let us execute this program first, and then we will look to other example of for loop. So let us write the program which we have just now explained, that x, and I am writing here in tuple. So 1, 2, 3, 4 and 5. These are the elements. Now I am going to execute the for loop, that is for I in x, print I. So this is the particular loop which I am going to execute, and it is going to print the individual numbers which are there in tuple. Here you can see 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, all the elements have been printed. That means it firstly executes from the first element of the tuple x and went until the execution of 5 is reached. That's how for loop executes in Python. Next, in loops also, in particularly for loop, we have a function named range. Now what is the use of this range function? So this particular range function is used along with for loop sometime, and range is a built-in function that returns a particular sequence. It is a built-in function in Python that returns a sequence. A range function has 3 parameters. Now what are those 3 parameters? The first parameter is the starting, that where the loops need to be started, ending parameter, and a step parameter. The ending parameter does not include the number declared. That means it is exclusive. It does not include, it just sets the limit. And the step parameter actually jumps over the particular sequence. For example, let us execute another. How can we execute a program for it? Let's say if A equals to list, and we are using range here. Now firstly, what we have to give the start parameter. So I'm saying that it is starting from 1, and ending parameter 15. So that means 15 is not inclusive, it is exclusive. So this will particularly execute up to 14 only. And this is how I'm giving this step. So I'm giving this step here as 2. So as I do that, and then what I have to do, I want to print this particular A. So as I print this A, what it is going to print? It is firstly going to print 1, then it is going to jump 2 steps and then print the next number, and it will execute till 14. It will not include 15. Why? Because it is exclusive in nature. This is exclusive. It is the ending parameter of the range function in Python for loop. So let us execute this program also and see that how the sequence gets print. So let us write here what we have discussed. A list I want to print, and I want to give range starting from 1 to 15 and jump for 2, and I want to print this A. This is how what we have to write. And as I execute this particular cell, here you can see a list is printed of jumping 2. So here you can see firstly it prints the number that where it has to begin. So sequence starts with 1. Now it comes to jump 2 times, it will jump. So it will 1, 2. After that the number it's going to print is 3. Similarly 3 and 4, then it is going to print 5, and it goes so on. Now at 13, when it jumps 2, it comes to 15. That 13 and then 14, and next it comes to 15. But 15 is not included because it is the ending parameter. That's why it is not included. It is exclusive from this particular loop. And this is how range is also in Python, which is help with the execution for loop. We can use for I in range also for printing several sequence of iteration or any other numbers or any other concepts of program. Now let us switch to while loop. So now we are going to discuss about while loop in Python. So while loop also works like for loop only, and iterate a sequence with a condition. That means it checks with a condition. So firstly, if the while loop enters, then what it does, it checks the condition, and if the condition is true, then what it does, if this particular condition turns out to be true, then it executes the body which is there for the true condition. Okay, it will execute the body of while loop and execute certain statements, and it again checks if there is a certain iterations are there. And if it turns out to be false, then what it does is it simply exits. This is a simple working of the while loop in Python. Now what is the syntax for writing a while loop? You have to do nothing. This is a very basic syntax. While, you have to just mention any expression or condition you can give here, and then you can write the statement which needs to be executed. For example, if I am taking an input from the user, a particular number, and when I take the input, then firstly what I have to do is, for input I have to write n int input, and then I'm going to write that enter a number or sort of, and then I will check. Firstly I will initialize a variable I equals to 0, and then I will check that if while loop I is less than equals to n, then what is done, it will increment I plus 1, and what it does, it will increment in a other particular variable that s is equals to I plus n, and then print that particular s up till a sort of number. As that particular number exceeds from I, if the I value comes out to be greater, then this loop will exit and it will simply end. So now let us execute this example also and see how the while loop works. So here you can see that I have written a code for while loop. Firstly, I am taking an input from the user that it has to enter a number, and I have initialized I as a variable 0, and it will check if I is less than equals to n, then it will increment I with 1, and in s variable it is going to store the sum of I plus n, the number which you have input. Similarly, it is going to check again that if I is less than equals to n, I will increment and then the value of s will be changed accordingly. And lastly, when I incrementation is greater than the value of n, then the loop will exit, printing the last value of s. So as I execute this particular cell, it asks me for a number and I enter, for example, 5, and it prints that the last sum entered will be 11. Why? Because firstly it is going to check that yes, 0 is less than 5, so it will increment I with 1. The value of I is turns out to be 0 plus 1, that is 1. And in sum, what it is going to store in s variable, it is going to store I plus n. That means 1 plus 5, that is 6. Again, it is going to check the value of I here after incremented is 1. 1 is less than and equals to 5. Yes, the condition is true. Similarly, it is going to execute. And at a point when the value of I comes out to be greater than 5, the number which we have entered, then it will print the last value of sum, that is 11. So this is how while loop executes in Python. And by the end of this video, we have discussed about the for loop and while loop in Python, and in next video we are going to discuss about the loop control statements. In this video we are going to discuss about loop control statements. In previous video we have discussed about loops in Python. Now to control the flow of the loop or to alter the execution based on few specified condition, we may use the loop control statements, and the control statements are used to alter the execution based on those conditions. Now in Python, we have 3 control statements, and those are firstly break, continue, and pass. These are the 3 statements, loop control statements, which are there in Python. So firstly, let us discuss about break statement, that what is the use of break statement and what it exactly does. So break statement is used to terminate the execution of the loop containing it. That means it simply terminate the execution. Of loop. So if you want to terminate the execution of loop at a particular condition, then you can use this particular break statement. And the loop terminates and the execution transfers to the next statement of the following loop if there is any following loop of any other condition. Now what it will do is, firstly, it will test the expression which you are giving. Let's say this is the particular condition which we are giving and it is testing it. Now firstly, what it's going to do, if you transfer and this turns out to be this condition turns out to true, then what it does, if there is a break statement, then it will simply, if that statement turns out to be true and break is executed, then the program will end. The statement will below the loop and it will stop. Or else if it is not true, then the rest or the next statement will go to execute. And then it will again check with the condition and it will check if there is break or not. So if it is not true, then break is not execute, then remaining body of the loop will execute, or else the statement below the loop will execute if it turns out to be true and it exits from the loop. So this is how a break statement execute. And you can see the execution move to the statement below the loop. Here you can see this is the statement which is of another loop, or we can say below the loop. So this particular statement or this particular execution occurs. Now let us understand better with the help of example, with the help of break statement. So what we have done, I will do is that firstly I will initialize a list. And list, we know that we have studied about list. When we initialize a particular list, we use the square brackets, and there I am inputting several numbers 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Like this. Now I'm going to execute a for loop for this list, that for I in list, what we have to do is I'm here executing a conditional statement, that is if this I traversing variable is equals to 4, then what it has to do is it will simply break. That means terminate the execution of loop as it iterates 4 or as it checks for 4, and then print I up till that particular where the loop has been stopped executing. It will print up to that. So the output will be simply 1, 2, 3. This will be the output, because as this particular iterating variable by traversing that list iterates 4, it will break and print the I which is up till that particular number. So that will print that particular iteration which it has traversed. So now let us execute this program and see how the output works. So firstly what I'm going to do is I'm going to initialize a list with the help of square brackets and give the numbers as 1, 2, 3, 4 and 5. Next I am going to execute a for loop for this list, and for I in list, if I equals to 4, break, and what it has to do, it has to print I. Now as I execute this particular cell, you can see here it returns only 1, 2 and 3, because as the iterating variables checks the value as 4, then you have given a break statement, so it will terminate the execution of loop and print the next statement, that is print I. That means print the numbers which you have iterated till now, and it will break the execution of the loop. Next we are going to study about continue statement. Now the continue statement is used to skip the rest of the code in the loop for the current iteration. For example, we can say that in the last example we have only seen that we have iterated that if I equals to 4, then it will break. But if I write here continue statement, then what it will do, it will continue. It does not terminate the loop like the break statement and continues with the remaining iteration. It traverses or continues with the remaining collections which you have given. This is how continue statement execute. That means it will test a particular expression, and then if you have given and that condition turns out to be true, and if you have mentioned here continue statement, that what is going to do is it is going to check that yes, if there can be further iterations are there, then it will test for those, and for that which is given here, that which turns out to be no, that particular statement doesn't needs to be continued, then it will execute the remaining portion. So it executes the remaining portion, unlike the break statement which completely terminates the loop. So it executes the remaining portion and it again checks with the body of the loop and tests with the expression. So when continue is encountered, it only skip the remaining loop for that iteration only. For example, it will skip for 4 only and traverse the rest of the list. So let us execute that particular code also and see how continue statement differ. So here only we have given the break statement, and in this particular loop only, if I write here continue, then what happens? And I execute this set of cell. Then you can see here it prints 1, 2, 3 and 5. That means it skips this particular iteration 4. That means if it turns out to be 1, then it doesn't print, it continues and prints the next iteration and checking again with the loop that I in list. So there is 5, then it is going to print 5. So continue doesn't actually breaks like the break statement, it doesn't terminates, it actually skips the iteration and continues with the rest of the iterations to execute. Next we are going to discuss about the pass statement. Now pass statement is Python is a null operation. It performs null operation. Now what exactly is that? It basically means that the statement is required syntactically, but you do not wish to execute any command or code with the help of pass statement. That means it simply passes and checks with the next iteration which is given in the loop. For example, if we have given a list of number which we have used in the previous 2 examples also, and in that particular example I execute a for loop that for I in list, I give as that if I modulus 2 equals to 0, then just pass, do nothing, and else what you have to do is print that I which is not divisible with 2, or the modulus doesn't returns 0. So simply pass will is a do nothing statement. So execute this program also and see the working of pass control statement. So here you can see I just incremented the number in the list and the for loop is still same, that for I in list. Next what I'm going to write is that if I modulus 2 equals to 0, then pass do nothing statement it is, else what we have to do is print I. So this is just a very easy program, And as I execute this particular cell, it returns me those numbers which modulus division with 2 doesn't returns the remainder as 0. So that is 1, 3, 5, 7 and 9. That means the odd numbers of this particular list. So pass statement does nothing. It means it is not going to print anything. It will simply execute the else statement that print those I in which the modulus division is not equals to 0. So this is how we can use the control statements of continue, pass and break with the help of loop. We have studied with the help of for loop. We can execute that with the help of while loop also, which we have studied in loop. So let us do one example with the help of while loop also. For example, firstly, I am executing while loop with the help of continue statement. So what I'm going to do is I'm taking the input from the user, that is int input, and I write here enter num. So this will take an input from the user, and what it is going to check that if while num is greater than 0, it is going to check if num is greater than 0, then it will decrement num by 1. Okay, and if num is equals to 3, then what it has to do, it will continue and what it will do, it will print num up to that iteration, and lastly it is going to print number comma the last value of num. Okay, so this is a code which I have written for the while loop and with the help of continue statement. So what it is doing, it is firstly asking the user to enter a value, and that we will enter when we will execute this code, and while num is greater than 0, that means it will decrement the value of num with 1 minus 1 that it is doing, and if num encounters to be 3, then it will continue and execute the rest of the code. So let us execute this set of code, and you can see here it is asking me to enter a num. So firstly I am entering the value, that numerical value I am entering as 4. As I press enter, you can see the number turns out to be 2, 1 and 0. That means this particular iteration, when it is greater than 0, that is yes 4, it turns out in. Next num minus 1, it turns out to be 3. So it doesn't print 3, it simply continues and print the rest of the number, that is 2, 0 and 1, that number it print. This is how we can execute the continue statement with while loop also. Next, if I want to check that how can I execute break statement also with while loop. So what I'm going to do is, if simply I change this code here num equals to, let me write here, if it turns out to be is equal to 2, then what it is going to do, it will simply break. And again if I run this cell, then and I enter the number 4, same, then it just prints that the number is 3. Why? Because the break statement terminates the execution of the loop. That means further on all the iterations will be not checked, it will simply take exit from the loop. That's why only the number 3 is printed, because you have given here that when it encounters true, it will stop the execution of the loop further on. So this is the use of control statements which we have studied. And by the end of this video, we have discussed about pass, continue and break control statement with the help of both the loops, that is for loop and while loop. In this video, we are going to discuss about the decision making statements in Python. But before starting decision making, we must know about indentation in Python. That what do we mean by indentation? So indentation is nothing but a very important practice to do while we are writing the decision making code in Python. And if you want to run your program without any error, then you must do the indentation. Otherwise you will get indentation error when you run the program. The best way to give the indentation, after any colon you can press the enter key, or either you can give some space by pressing the space key, or you can give the separate space for it after pressing the tab key. In some platforms of Python like Jupyter, Google Colab, etc., it gives indentation on its own only. Indentation, for more clarification, you can see that what I am trying to say is that, for example, if you are given a particular statement which you have executed here, now here you are giving the if condition. Next, after pressing the colon, you must press enter, then it should start from here, not from here. Otherwise, you will get the indentation error of Python. Then you can give you after the if condition if there is any other if condition also, like this. And then here you can give the statement which if true has to be executed. Similarly, the else will be here and the statement will be here if the else condition is true, and then the final statement will be here. If you write the code in this particular format, then you will get no error of indentation, your program will run. So indentation is must while we are discussing or while we are implementing any decision making statement. Now in Python, decision making statements are usually when it supports condition from mathematics, that is simple mathematics condition, decision making statements in Python. That is if A equals to B. This condition means that the A and B, if any value is stored, then both the values are equal. So this is the particular condition. A not equals to B, that if A is not equal to B. Now these all conditions we all know that if A is greater than B, A is smaller than B, A is greater than equals to B, A is less than equals to B. These are the conditions and their respective descriptions which I have just now said. Now in Python, we have decision making statements, and those following statements are if else, elif statement, and lastly nested if. These are the three decision making statements which are there in Python, and now we are going to discuss about one by one and execute a program of each. So the very first decision making statement which we have in Python is if else, and we have discussed about if else in other programming languages also. It is quite similar here too, that if conditions passed in the if statement are true, that is if statement conditions are set to be true, then those set of statements which are under if will be executed, or the else statements will get executed. If the statement turns to be false, then the false or else part of the particular decision making statement will execute. So simply it will start, it will check for the if condition. If that condition turns out to be true, it will execute the body which is there in the if, and then it will execute the statement which is just under if, and simply it will end. And if the statement after checking it turns out to be false instead of true, then it will execute whatever there is in the else block. Those statements will be executed and then it will end. Simply it will be done. Now how can we write that particular if else program in Python? How can we do that? For example, we are writing if, the expression which we want to write, then the statement which we want to execute, and if there is else, lastly the statement which is going to be executed in the else. Now next which we have in the decision making is the second statement which we have is elif. Now what is this elif? Now the syntax basically for elif is, firstly it is going to check for the if, that if expression it is going to check. If that expression is true, it will execute a set of statement. Else we are going to write, it doesn't have else if statement, that's why in Python we use elif. Elif, again you can give any particular expression and check for that statement. You can give multiple elif expressions too for checking according to your programming conception, according to your program concept. And lastly, you can execute the else statement. Similarly, next we have nested if. And in nested if, you can execute multiple if statement but in separate blocks. Along with the elif and else you can also include. For example, if you have executed this particular if statement and have executed an expression, and here you've been given the statement which needs to be executed if this particular expression is true, if it turns out to be true. Or else you can check for inside that particular if, you can mention another expression for checking off that particular value which turns out to be true and execute that particular statement. So this is actually known as nesting and also known as nested if. Similarly, you can execute the elif statement and lastly the else statement of both the if to close the particular decision making statement. Now we will execute an example of each. Now here you can see that I have written a program for comparison between two numbers, that which one is greater, and I have used the input which we have discussed to take input from the user. I am entering firstly the first number from user and similarly the second number. Then I am checking with the help of if else. If A is greater than B, then print that particular number A is greater, or else print that B is greater. This is it going to print, and this is actually the indentation which we talk about, that indentation is must, otherwise we will get an indentation error. As I execute this particular cell, it is going to ask me firstly to enter the first number. So let me enter the first number as 12. Next it is asking me to enter the second number, that I am entering as 22. So it is after execution it prints that 22 is greater. This is how it gets print. Now if I write this particular statements like this in if and else and execute this particular cell, then you can see here indentation error occurs. So indentation is must in Python. So what we have to do is we have to just give a space, and in this line also. And now you execute this particular code, it won't give you any error. So that's why I said that indentation is must while you are executing a Python program. Next, this is a particular which we have executed for if else decision making. Now if I want to use for elif, so let us do and just give a condition here only, that after this, here only if I want to give elif A is equals to B. If such a condition arises that both the numbers turns out to be same, then what will be done? So then in the print statement you can give that A and B are same numbers. If such a condition occurs, then it is going to display that A and B are same numbers. This is the condition which we have given. Now I will execute this particular cell again. So it is asking me for the first number, I am entering as 15, and the second number, let us enter 15, so that let's see elif block executes or not. So here you can see it prints that A and B are same numbers. Next, if you want to do the nesting, then for nesting condition we will execute a separate program. Let's see how can we do that. Firstly, what I'm going to do, I'm going to take the input from the user and store that particular in X variable. So here you can see that I've taken the input from the user int integer type value and input, and what it is going to print in the console, that value of X is this, it is going to print. Next, I'm executing a if statement, and the condition which I am giving is that if X is greater than 50, then it is going to print that the value is greater than 50, whatever the value you have entered. So it is going to print that the value is, this is going to print. Next, if I want to do the nested if, then I have to execute a if statement within this particular block only. So we give the condition that if X is greater than, the value which is entered is greater than 100 also, then it is going to print that the value is greater than 100. So this is how nesting I have done of both the if statement. Lastly, I'm going to print the else statement to close this particular blocks of each. So let us print the else statement. Else, if this particular is not greater than 100, then it is obviously less than 100. So let us do that and print that the value is less than 100. This particular first if block in nesting, this is completed, that it is having an if and else for execution too. Next, I am going to close the first if block which we included with the help of else. And how can we do that? Like here, else it is going to print that the value is less than 50. So this is a set of code for nested if. Now let us execute this particular block. And as I execute this particular block, it's asked me for the value of x. So I am giving the value of x as, let's give the value of x as 23. So it is going to print that the value is less than 50. Why? Because it had checked here only. It doesn't go inside that loop because the value is already less than 50. So it executes the else statement. If I execute this cell again and give the particular value as 65, then the value is greater than 50 and the value is less than 100 it prints. How? Firstly, it enters this if block and checks, yes, 65 is greater than 50. So it is going to print that the value is greater than 50. Next, it goes inside this particular if block and checks that x, that means 65, is it greater than 100? No, it automatically executes the else block and exits from the loop. So this is how decision making is done in Python with the help of if else, elif and nested if statement. In this video, we will discuss a Python program to find the factorial using function. Now firstly, we must know that what is a factorial. So factorial is nothing but the product of all the positive descending integer begins with a specified number n. And in descending order. For example, if we are calculating the factorial for 5, then it will be 5 into 4 into 3 into 2 into 1. That sums up to be 120. So this is how factorial is actually calculated. And factorial is not defined for negative numbers, and factorial of 0 is 1. Factorial of positive number is how we have seen. This is how it is calculated. Now, how can we do a code to calculate the factorial in Python? So firstly, we are going to define a function, and I'm going to define my function as factorial. And n is I'm passing a parameter, or we can say any number we are passing as parameter. And I'm initializing a variable fact as n. And I'm initializing a variable fact equals to 1 here. Now next I'm executing a for loop. And for loop I am executing so that I can traverse the particular loop in such a way that the range traverses by descending order of number. So for executing for I in range, we have studied about range in for loop, 1 comma num plus 1. This for loop for finding the factorial. And as this particular for loop executes, what it is going to do in the fact, it is going to store fact into I. This is what it is going to store in the variable, and it is going to return the fact at last. The last value it is going to return the factorial. Now I'm going to ask the user to enter a numbers. For that, what we will do, we will declare a variable, let's say number or num, any variable you can declare, int, and taking input from user. We have studied that we use input as a keyword, and then here you can write that enter a value. This is how you can write. And lastly, what we have to do, we have to store the factorial which is calculated in any particular number. So let me say I'm storing that into result variable. So I'm storing that in result variable, and I'm calling the function again, which the name I have given is factorial. And here I am giving this particular number which I have entered here as parameter. So this is function call and assign the value of the variable result. And in the print, what we are going to print? We will print this result, what will be stored. Simple program using the for loop we can execute it. Now let us write this program and execute it in our IDE. So firstly, let us define the function factorial, and we are passing the parameter n here. And next, we have initialized a variable fact1 and given the value as 1. Next, what we are going to do, we are going to execute a for loop for I in range and then what we are going to give here range as 1 to that particular n which we have given, n plus 1. This is the range of the for loop in which it is going to execute, and what it is going to do inside the loop, we are going to give that fact equals to fact into I each step. So that will be already in decremented order only, and then it is going to return fact. So this is all we have done. Next, what we have to do, we have to ask user to enter a number. So for that, let us take the number from the user in num variable int input, and here you can write enter a value. And next, what we have to do, we have to store that particular factorial calculation in any variable. So let us store that in result variable. Let us call the functions which we have declared. Here you can see factorial, and we are passing the num here as parameter, and lastly we are going to print the result. This is what we have done in the code. Now as I execute this particular cell, it asks me to enter a value. So firstly I enter the value as 5, and it returns me the factorial of 5, that is 120. That is 5 into 4 into 3 into 2 into 1, and that sums up to 120. So this is how we can calculate factorial of a number in Python using functions and for loop. For more programs in Python, we will look into upcoming videos. In this video, we are going to discuss that how can we print Fibonacci series with the help of a Python program. So firstly, Fibonacci series is a series in which the next term is the sum of the preceding two terms. That means in this particular series, every next term generated is the sum of preceding two terms. This could be called a Fibonacci series. For example, if we take this series as 0, 1, 1, 2, 3, 5, 8 and so on, this can be said a Fibonacci series. Why? Because 0 plus 1 equals to 1, that sums up to next number. Similarly, 1 plus 1 equals to 2, that is the next number. Then 1 plus 2 equals to 3, that sums up the next number. So this is actually a Fibonacci series. Now, how can we implement a Python program to print such a Fibonacci series? So firstly, we have to ask the user or take the input from the user that how many elements he require in the series, such as 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, how many elements, up to how many elements he want to print that particular series. So we will take the input of that first in the variable n, we will take that input. Next, we will take the input in a variable as the first element. User has to enter the first element, and in b variable it has to enter the second element. So first two element we get, then we can execute a loop to print the series. So for example, we have in b have the second element of the series. So in the print, what is going to do, in print firstly it's going to print the a, that is the first element, then b, that is the second element, and then end and space, this is we are giving in the print. So next elements will be printed with the help of loop, which we are going to execute as while loop. Now while the expression is n minus 2, that means the entered number minus 2, because two numbers we have already entered in the series, that is a and b. Next, what we are going to do, the c variable we are here initializing is going to store the value of two terms which we have entered, a and b. That's what the series does. Preceding two terms sum generates the next number, so that we have done. Now a is having the value of b, and similarly b is equals to c, that value is stored, now replaced, and similarly we are going to print c. And the end space we are giving, and then n is reduced to n minus 1, because input of the series, suppose the user want to print 5 elements, so one element has been printed, so it will be decremented, and then again the loop will be checked and similarly executed. So now let us execute this logic in our IDE and print a Fibonacci series in Python. So firstly, we need to take the input from the user for the number of elements he or she wants to print in the Fibonacci series. So we have to take the input for that. So I'm going to write enter the number of elements. Next, we are going to ask the user to enter the first element. So for that we write int input. And similarly, we are going to ask the user to enter the second element, and that we are storing in the variable b. So after taking all the input, what we need to do, we are firstly going to print those two elements which we have entered in the series, and those are the first and second element, a and b, and then we have used this end, and what it is going to give a space. That's it. Next, what we are going to do, we are going to execute a while loop for printing the rest elements of the series and the given sequence or the given number that the user wants. So for that we use n-2, the loop is going to execute, and in C variable a plus b will be stored for storing the next preceding number, or for generating the next number by the preceding sum of two elements. Next, a is going to have the value of b and b is going to change the value of c. So this is what thing is done. And next, in the print, we are going to print the c, that is the addition of previous two numbers, and similarly with the help of end we are going to print, give a space, and next n will be reduced to n-1. Again the condition will be checked and the loop will execute. So this is the code for printing the Fibonacci series. Now as I execute this particular cell, it asks me enter the number of elements. So I want 5 elements. Then it asks me enter the first element, so that I am entering as 1. Then it asks me enter the second element, so I am entering the second element as 2. So here you can see the Fibonacci series is generated, that 1, then second element is 2, addition is done in the while loop, that c equals to a plus b, so that generates 3. Then the values are changed, now a has a value 2 and b has the value 3, their sum generates 5, similarly 3 plus 5 generates 8. This is how we can print a Fibonacci series with the help of a Python program. And for more such programs, we will look into upcoming videos. In this video, we are going to discuss about a Python program to check that an year is a leap year or not. Now, there are a few things which we need to know first before executing this program. And the first thing which we need to know is that if a year is evenly divisible by 4, means having no remainder, then it is said to be a leap year. For example, we take any year which is divisible, generates 0, then that particular year is said to be a leap year. Similarly, if any year when divisible by 100, then it is not a leap year. But if any particular year or the previous year is divisible by 100 and also divisible, completely divisible by 400 also, then it is said to be a leap year. That means if both the conditions are true, then only that year can be said a leap year. And if any year is divisible by 100 but not by 400, for example 1900, that particular year is divisible by 100 but not divisible by 400. So that is not a leap year. But 2000 is a leap year as it is divisible by 100 also and by 400 also. So this is the logic we need to execute in our program. So firstly, we need to ask the user to enter a particular year, and let's say we are storing that in the variable y. That y we will store int input enter a year. After that, we are going to execute several decision making statement for giving these conditions. So if y divisible by 4 equals to 0, then firstly it is going to check that this particular is it divisible by 100 also. So another if will be executed for checking 100. And similarly, we have to check for 400 also, so that we can check such conditions also. So firstly, if all these conditions are true, then it is going to print that leap year, or else it is going to print that it is not a leap year. For 100, it is going to print that it is not a leap year, and for 4, it is going to print that yes, it is a leap year, or else it will again print that that is not a leap year. So similarly, we are going to execute 3 if and enclose them with 3 else statement. So let us execute this code and see how it works. So firstly, we are taking the input from the user and storing it in the int variable and storing it in the y variable. And here I am writing enter the year. After that, we have to execute a set of condition statement. For example, if y modulo division with 4 is equals to 0, if y division with 100 equals to 0, and similarly, if y modulo division with 400 equals to 0, then it is going to print that leap year, or else firstly we will enclose this. It is going to print that for 100 not a leap year, and similarly it is going to print for the rest too also. Else statement, it is going to print that it is a leap year for 400 and similarly for 4 also. Indentation is must, so always keep in mind while writing the code, otherwise you will get an indentation error in Python. And lastly, if none of the conditions are true, it is not divisible by any of them, then it is going to print that it is not a leap year. So this is the code which I have written, and as I execute this particular cell, it is going to ask me to enter a particular year. So firstly, let us check for 1997 only. And when I check that, it shows me that it is not a leap year. Now let us check for 1900, that what it shows. If I execute this cell particular again and write here 1900, then it returns me that it is not a leap year. Why? Because 1900 is divisible by 100. That is true, but it is not divisible by 400. So it is going to print that it is not a leap year. Similarly, if here again I run this particular cell and enter the year as 2000. So 2000 is a leap year. Why? Because yes, it is divisible by 4. It is divisible by 100 also, and it is divisible by 400. So it is going to print that it is a leap year. That means this year is particularly divisible by 100 and 400 both. So hence it is said to be a leap year. So this is how we can check in Python that a particular year is a leap year or not. And for more programs of Python, we will look into upcoming videos. In this video, we are going to discuss about a Python program to check that an entered number is a prime number or not. Now, prime numbers are those natural numbers which are greater than 1 and have no positive divisor other than 1 and itself. That means those numbers whose factors are 1 and the number itself. Then those numbers are said to be prime numbers. For example, 3, 7, 11, etc. so on. All the numbers are prime numbers which have the factor 1 and itself. Those are said to be prime numbers. Now, how can we check that with the help of a Python program? So firstly, we are going to take input from the user and store it in the num variable. And this is how we take the input from user in Python. That the user is going to enter a number. Next, firstly, it is going to check that if the num is greater than 1, it has to be greater than 1. Then it is going to execute a for loop for I in range. And the range which we are giving is 2 till the num. And where the num is exclusive, because that will be a factor of itself only, and 1 is also a factor in prime number. So we are starting the range from 2. We are checking from 2. Now in this particular range we are checking, and if there arises any iteration in which that particular num is exactly divisible and generates 0, then what it is going to print that it is not a prime number. It is not a prime number, it is going to print, because if it is exactly divisible by any other number in the iteration for this particular range I, then how can it be a prime number? We know that prime number is such a number in which the factors are 1 and the number itself. Next, it can also print, I am going to write here, it will print that which particular iteration. For example, if we are entering the number, let's say 6. Now we know that it is not a prime number. Now when programming occurs and in this loop this particular number will be checked, then it will be print that 6 is divisible this times by this particular number, so that it is going to print. So it is going to print here this particular I times the num which you have entered is divisible by I is, and then lastly the num. So this times the num is divisible by the particular number which you have entered. So this will also print. Next we will give a break statement here to disrupt the execution of this loop, and lastly it is going to print if this is not happening, if there is not any other number in this particular range but it's a factor of the number, then it is going to print that the num is a prime number. Simply it is going to print that. Okay, or else it is going to print for this closure of if loop, that is here if statement, else it is going to print that the number is not a prime number. So let us execute this particular set of code and see how can we check with the help of Python program that a number is a prime number or not. So firstly, we are going to take input from the user and store it. I'm storing it in the num variable. You can name any other variable for storing the number, and then you have to write that enter the number. After taking the input from the user, you're going to check that if num is greater than 1, then you're going to execute the for loop, that is for I in range, and the range you're giving is 2 till the num which you have entered. In that range only you will check for the factors. Now if there arises any particular iteration or I which is exactly divisible by the num and generates the remainder 0, then it is going to print that the num which you have entered is not a prime number. And it is also going to print the thing which we have studied, that will print you that which times it occur. So for example, here we write the I iteration times the num is divisible by I is, and then you have to give that particular number, so that you can see that if it is a factor, then it will print that this particular number is divisible this times. It will print like that. Next we are giving a break statement here, that if this particular is not executing, then we were going to execute the else block, and in the else block what we are going to print that if no such factors are there, then it is going to print that the num which you have entered is a prime number. Okay, so this is done, and lastly it will close this particular if which is here, else it is going to print that it is not a prime number. Now, as I execute this set of code, it asks me to enter a number. For example, I enter 7 and it prints that 7 is a prime number because it has only two factors, that is the 1 and the number itself. Now, if you want to check for any other number, that you can run this cell again and you can write the number here. For example, 6 I want to write. Then it is going to firstly show that 6 is not a prime number because 2 times 3 is 6. 2 into 3 is 6, so that means 6 have other factors, just not 1 and itself, hence it is not a prime number. So you have seen the execution of this block, print block, also in the if statement. So this is how, with the help of a Python program, we can check that a number is a prime number or not. For more programs in Python, we will look into upcoming videos. In this video, we are going to discuss about palindrome program in Python. A palindrome is a number, string, or any sequence which will be in same order even after reversal. For example, if we take this string, madam, and if I reverse the order of this particular string, so then also the string remains same even after the reversal of order. So such a string, if spelled backwards also, will be same as the original string, then that particular string, or if any number or sequence, is known as a palindrome. Now, how can we do that? So we know for reversal and for other things for reversing the string, we can use the list. And we will use the list slicing also, which we have studied that with the help of list slicing we can do that reversal, that we won't mention the begin index and the ending side. We will just write here -1. That means it will start with the backward side -1. We will give that. Next, we have studied about function. So we will define a function, user defined function, and that will be naming palindrome, and the parameter pass will be any x, that could be a string. Now we are here defining other string, that is x1, and what it is doing, it is reversing the order of string, or the list we can say we are taking as string. Now then we will execute the conditional statements, the decision making statements which we have studied, that is if else. So if it comes out to be, after reversing, that x1 is equals to x, then in the print statement we are going to write that yes, it is a palindrome. Or in the else statement, what we're going to do, in the print we will write that not a palindrome. And lastly, we will pass the parameter that is there while calling the function. And here we can give a string. Let's say firstly we will check for palindrome kind of string only. We will check for madam. So this is the thing which we are going to implement in our IDE. So let us do that first. So here you can see that I have written the code which I have just now explained you in the logic. Firstly, I have defined a function named pal, the user defined function, and that is having the parameter x, and then we are doing the list slicing and reversing the order of string. And after reversal, if the original string x is equals to x1, that is after reversal, then it is a palindrome, or else it is not a palindrome. And firstly, we are checking for madam. As I execute this particular set, it is returning me that yes, this is a palindrome, and none is actually returned because we are using list. So whenever we use list, it is the thing which gets returned after the reversal or such things is done. None is the thing which is returned. Now here, if I change this particular string and write something else, for example, if I write here Python only, and then again I execute this particular, so obviously it is not a palindrome because after the reversal the string won't be same. So this is all about string palindrome in Python. And for more programs we will look into upcoming videos. In this video we are going to discuss about modules in Python. Now, what is a module? In basic terms, if we can use a particular function or a class by importing it and then implement several functions by writing a small piece of code, then that can be said a module. That means a module allows you to logically organize your Python code and can define several function, classes, and variable. Firstly, we are going to discuss about the math module that is used to do several mathematical operations. So to use any particular module, firstly we need to import that module. So import, and then I'm going to write here math. Next, if you want to note that how many exact functions are there in that module which can be implemented, so you have to write the simple command dir, and then you have to mention here math. As you execute this set of command, here you can see that there are several functions which you can see: a cos, a tan, ceil, copy sign, cost, degrees, fabs, factorial, floor. These all are the functions which are there for in the math module. Now firstly, if I want to check that, I want to print the square root of a number. So I have to write print math dot the function that is there, sqrt. So I will use that, and then I will give a number. For example, I want to check for 256. As I execute the cell, here you can see that it returns me 16, which is true. 16 is actually the square root of 256. Let us implement several other functions also which are there in the math module. For example, we can print the value of pi also by simply writing math.pi. And as I execute this cell, you can see that it returns me the value of pi. Similarly, there are other functions also. Let's say power function is also there. So how can we implement that? We can write here print math dot power, and then we can give the value. Now here you can see that we are raising 4 to the power 3, and that returns me 64. That is 4 into 4 into 4. It returns 64. Next, we are going to discuss about another module in Python, and that is the random module. Now random module is used to generate random numbers in Python. So for that, we need to write firstly import random, and then I'm using a function called seed. Now seed is used to initialize the random number generate. For that we use seed. So here we can write random dot seed. Here I'm passing 2. I want to generate random numbers, and then I'm going to simply write print random dot random. So this will return a random float number between 0 to 1. And I want to generate another number also, so I will write random Now here you can see that 2 simple random numbers are generated. Next, we are going to discuss about another module, that is how can we do the input output printing on the screen, that we have done in several programs also, that we are giving the input and reading it on the screen. So for that we simply use a input, and there I write enter your name. And lastly, I use the print to print this particular A. So for doing that, we'll write here print on screen. As I execute this cell, here you can see that it asks me to enter a name. So I enter my own name, and it prints on screen Sukanya, that is printing my own name. Next, we are going to discuss about calendar module, which implements several date function to check. For that, we need to use import calendar, and then to check what are the several functions which are there in this module. So we can write here calendar, and as I execute the cell, here you can see that it returns me all the functions which are there to print date and time, to print first weekday, leap days, is leap year or not, time, sys, all functions are there. So let us implement a few functions of this module also. For example, if I want to print a calendar for a specific month of the year, then I use the function calendar dot month, and I specify the year, let's say 2016, and the first month, that is January. And then what I do is print C. When I execute this particular set, you can see here that it prints me the January month calendar for year 2016. Now, how can we check that a year is a leap year or not? For that, we can simply write C equals to calendar dot is leap, and then I have to mention a year, so let us check for 2016 only and print C. So it returns me true. That means 2016 is a leap year. Let us check for this current year also. It returns me false. That means 2021, which is the current year, is not a leap year. Next, you can see about Python packages also. Now, a package is basically a directory with Python files and a name which it has. Such as we have studied about pandas, numpy. So these are all the packages. So we have a problem. We have a list and we want to convert it into the series. So how can we do that? Firstly, what we have to do is we have to import a particular package and then we have to name it so that we can use the several functions with that particular name. Let's say if I am importing pandas as PD, and next I'm going to define a list. So this is how we define a list that is having certain numbers. So I want to name this list here. I'm storing alphabets. So these are a few alphabets which I have stored, and now I want to convert this particular series. So how can I do that? So I'm doing it in a variable naming df is equals to pd.series, and here I'm going to pass the argument, that is a, I'm doing it, and then I'm going to print this df. And as I execute this particular cell, here you can see that it is converted into a series. A list is converted into series with index. You can see the index also 0, 1, 2, 3 of the 4 objects which we have given in the data type as object here. So this is all about the modules and the packages which are there in Python. And for referral notes, the link will be given in the video description. In this video, we are going to discuss about Armstrong number program in Python. That how can we check if a number is Armstrong or not. So firstly, an Armstrong number is a number if it is equal to the sum of the cube of its own digit. For example, if we check the number 153 and we do the sum of the cubes of its own digit, that means 1 cube plus 5 cube plus 3 cube. If this particular sum generates to the particular number that is given 153, same as the number, then this particular number is known as an Armstrong number, which is true. 1 cube is 1 only, 5 cube is 125, and 3 cube is 27, which sums up to 153. So hence it can be said that this is an Armstrong number. So how can we check with the help of a Python program that a number is Armstrong or not? So firstly, we need to take the input from the user. For that, we are taking a num variable int input, and then we are going to write that enter the number. So we will take an input from the user, then we will declare a sum variable and initialize it as 0, and we are taking the num into the variable temp. This is what we are doing. Next, we are going to execute a while loop, and the while loop expression is while temp is greater than 0. It will execute till the temp is greater than 0. As it comes less than 0 or equal to 0, the loop will exit. So what it is going to do, firstly, in the digit, it is going to store the modulo division of temp, that is a number which we have entered with 10. In the sum variable, which is initialized with 0, it is going to firstly add the digit and then do the cube of it. Digit cube we have to do after one single digit is generated, and then simply temp will be done division with 10. Simple division, that is the normal division which we do, not the modulo division. This particular steps will be repeated, and at last we will execute the decision making statements that if num is equals to temp, then we are going to execute the decision making statement, and in that we will check that if num is equals to sum, that is generated here. If both the numbers are equal, then in the print we are going to write that the num which you have entered is a Armstrong number. Or in the else statement, we will write that it is not Armstrong number. Now, what is the working of loop here which is happening? For example, I have entered the number as 153 only. Firstly, it is going to have a modulo division with 10. So, while doing the modulo division with 10, the digit that generates and it stores the remainder, the modulo division, in the digit, the value enters to be 3. Next in the sum, the value initially is 0. Now what it is storing? 3 cube. So that means it is storing 27. And at last, the temp, that is a digit left, it is going to have the modulo simple division, not the modulo division with 10. The simple division, it generates 15 only. We have seen here the quotient which is generated is 15. Now in the temp variable, the value is 15. It is going to check that yes, while temp is greater than 0, 15 is greater than 0. Again, it is to be divided with 10. Modulo division of 15 with 10, that generates the remainder to be 5. Next in the sum, what it is going to store? The cube of 5. So that equals to 125. And then similarly, the temp is going to store the value, that is here is 1. Now if we check that 1 modulo division with 10, then it is going to return 1. So it is going to do the cube, and cube of 1 is 1. Now there is no value written, so temp is less. Now this condition won't be checked, temp greater than 0, because all the digits have been, the cube has been done, and now it turns to be 0. So the sum of the digits will be done. As the sum of digits done, it returns to be 153. So this condition executes to be true, that num is equals to sum. So it is going to print that it is an Armstrong number. So now let us execute this particular code and see that how can we check in Python that a number is Armstrong or not. So firstly, we are going to take the input from the user in the num variable, and here I have to write firstly int input, and then I have to ask the user to enter the number. So we have taken the input. Next I have to initialize sum variable, temp variable, which is storing the value of num. Next we will execute the while loop. So while temp is greater than 0, what it is going to check? Firstly, in the digit variable, it is going to do the modulo division with the 10, and next in the sum, it is going to store the digit cube, the individual digit that is generated after the modulo division cube will be stored. And similarly, lastly, the quotient division will be done so that the next temp can be checked with the condition of while loop. And next what we are going to do in if statement, the condition statement, that if num is equals to sum that is generated, then it is going to print that the num which you have entered is a Armstrong number. Or in the else condition, it is going to print that the num which you have entered is not Armstrong number. So this is the code, and as I execute this particular cell, firstly it is asking me to enter the number. So let us check for 153 only, in which example we have done. So yes, it is a Armstrong number. If you execute this particular cell again, then you enter any other number, for example 123 you enter, then it is not Armstrong number, because 1 cube plus 2 cube plus 3 cube does not generate the exact sum which is there, is not equal to the 123, that is the original number. So this is how you can check for a number that it is Armstrong or not with the help of a Python program. And for more programs of Python, we will look into upcoming videos. In this video, we are going to discuss about a Python program to check a number is odd or even. So we have studied about the condition and the decision making statements in Python, and we will use this particular statement only to execute this program. So firstly, we are going to ask the user to enter a number, and we are going to store that in the num variable. And this is how we take the input from the user. And next, with the help of decision making statement if else, we are going to execute this code. So I'm going to write here if, and then we write the expression. So that will be if num modulo division by 2 is equals to 0. That means the remainder generated is 0. Then in the print statement, you can write that the number is an even number. Or else in the else, if this particular block is not executed, then the else block execute, and it is going to print that the number is odd, or it is a odd number. So this is how we can check with the help of condition statement that a number entered is even number or an odd number with the help of both the conditions and the statements which are given after the expression. So it's a very simple program. Let us execute that and see how it works. So firstly, I'm going to take the input from the user. And after doing that, we are going to write the condition for if expression, that is num modulo division with 2 is equals to 0. Then it is going to print that the num which you have entered is a even number, or in the else, it is going to print that the num which you have entered is a odd number. So this is a very simple program, and as I execute this particular cell, it asks me to enter a number. For example, firstly I enter 45. So this prints me that 45 is an odd number, because of course the modulo division with 2 will not generate the remainder 0, hence it is an odd number. Next, if I execute this cell again and enter the number 12, then it prints that 12 is an even number, because yes, it is exactly divisible by 2 and generates 0 in the remainder. So this is a very basic and simple program in Python to see that if a particular number entered by the user is an odd number or an even number. For more programs, we will look into upcoming videos. In this video, we are going to discuss about a Python program to print areas of shapes. That means we are going to print the area of circle, cube, cylinder, and sphere. But we are not going to write the normal code which we used to write, like writing a particular method and then just declaring the area there and then calculating it. We are going to use a math library in Python, and for that firstly we need to import that library. For that we use the syntax import math. Now this math library in Python stores different functions for calculating square roots, cube root, and also has certain values also which are required for any mathematical calculation. So in that we are going to firstly take the value of pi, that we know is 3.14 and so on. So we are going to import that from math library and store it in the variable pi. Next, what we have to do is we are going to define several functions with the name of the shape, and then we are going to calculate the area while we give the parameters in the print statement. So let us say firstly I define the function for circle, and here I give the parameter r, that is for radius, and when this particular function is called, in return what it will give? It will give the radius is given, and we know that the area of circle is pi r square. So pi, which we have initialized here, into r square. This it will return. Similarly, we can calculate for cube also, and for cube we pass the side. We give the value of side, so I'm marking that as s, and in the return what it does, the area for the cube is 6a square. So 6 into s square. This is what it will do. Next, if I want to calculate for the area of cylinder also, then also I will define a function and name it as cylinder. and we have to give two values. We have to give the radius also and the height of the cylinder also. So these are the two parameters which we have passed. And in the return statement, we will give the value of the area after calculation. So for cylinder, we know that the area formula for the cylinder is 2 pi RH plus 2 pi R square. So we will give like this: 2 into pi into R into H plus 2 pi R square. This is what we want to give for calculation of cylinder. So let's say now we are calculating for these three shapes only. You can define other functions for the shapes such as sphere, cuboid, cone, etc. and calculate the respective areas also. So we have defined the function. Next we are using print statement to calculate the area of each of the shape that is given. So firstly we are going to give the value for circle. We have to give the value of radius. So let's say we have given the value 5. Next we are giving the value for cube. So that we are giving the value for cube, let's say 10. And similarly we are giving the value for cylinder. And here we are giving the value of radius. So let's say we give the value of radius as 10 and height we give the value as 10. Two parameters which we have passed according to the function definition. As I execute this particular program, it will return me the area of the different shapes which we have given. And we have used here the math library and imported a function pi for the value for calculation of area. So let us execute this program and see how it works. So firstly I will import the math library and then I will extract pi function from there. And then I am going to define several shapes in sort of function. So for that we use the def keyword, and firstly I am doing it for circle and I am here passing the value R, and next in the return we are going to write pi into R square. Next we are making the function for cube and side will be the parameter that we will be giving, and in return it is going to give us 6 into side square. That is the area of cube. Next what we need to do, we will calculate for cylinder. And in cylinder we need to give two parameters, that is the radius and height. And there we need to calculate the area of cylinder, and in that return we are going to write that it will return us 2 pi RH plus 2 pi R square. So 2 pi R H plus 2 pi R square. This is going to return. Next we are going to write the print statement and pass the parameters. So circle, I'm passing the value of radius as 5. Similarly for cube, I am giving the value of side as 6. And lastly for cylinder, I am giving the value as the radius 5 and the height of the cylinder as 10. Now this is the complete program, and as I run this particular cell, you can see here it returns me the area. Firstly for circle, that is pi R square, it returns me the value which is generated after the multiplication with 3.14 into the radius which we have given 5 into 5 square, there is 25 into that. And similarly for the cube, it also returns us 6a square, and then the cylinder area, that is 2 pi RH plus 2 pi R square, that is returned. So with the help of the math library in the Python and using functions, we can actually calculate the area of several shapes. You can calculate for other shapes also, such as cuboid, sphere, cone, etc. And for more programs in Python, we will look into upcoming videos. In this video, we are going to discuss about a program for list reversal. Now list, as we have already studied when we were briefing about data types, list is actually a collection of data type which is mutable and can contain duplicate elements as well. For example, if you have initialized a list like this, this is the particular list you have, and if you want to reverse the order of this particular list, you want to reverse the elements, then how can you do that? Now there are two methods for doing it. Firstly, you can simply do the list slicing, and while we were discussing about the indexing of list, I have told like this is the indexing 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, but from the end sign the indexing is -1, -2, -3, -4, -5, -6, -7 and -8. So what you have to do is simply write print, and there you write list, leave the two first initiations, that is the start index and the end index, and just give -1 in the jump. So it will automatically reverse the order of the list when you print this. Or else the second method is you can use the reverse method, which we have studied when we are discussing about list. So simply write after initializing the list as list.reverse and print list. These are the two ways by which you can simply reverse the order of a particular list. So now let us execute a program and check both the methods for list reversal. So firstly, I'm going to initialize a list and I have to insert several numbers. So I'm inserting it in any order. So this is the numbers which I have in list, and firstly what I am going to do with the help of list slicing, the reversal will be done, leaving the first and second index and just giving it at -1, that reversing from that cell will be done. As I execute this particular cell, you can see that the list is reversed. Next also we can do similarly for other lists. Let's say in this list I have ABC, XYZ. So these are the few strings which I have in this list, and then I'm going to use the list.reverse method. And after that, I'm going to print this list. Now as I execute this particular cell, you can see that the elements are reversed. That means AFR, which is the last element in this list, is now the first element. The element has the first index, or we can say the 0th index in that list, and the order is reversed. So by any of the two ways, you can reverse a particular list with the help of Python. For more programs, we will look into upcoming videos. In this video, we are going to discuss about operators in Python. In Python, there are total 8 operators, but firstly, we are going to discuss about the first 4 operator. So the first operator which we are going to discuss about, and we will also implement an example of it, is arithmetic operator. Secondly, we are going to discuss about assignment operator. Then we are going to discuss about comparison operators. And lastly, we are going to discuss about logical operators. So to begin with, arithmetic operators. Arithmetic, as the name suggests, it is used to do simple mathematical calculations. Simple mathematical calculations are done by arithmetic operators, and it is having operators plus for addition, minus operator for subtraction, asterisk denotes multiplication, division, it returns the quotient, modulo division returns us the remainder, and for calculating power we can use two asterisk sign, that is exponent also performs the exponential or power calculation on operator. So let us implement a very basic program to see the working of arithmetic operators. So firstly, I am going to initialize two variables and give them values. Let's say a equals to 12 and b equals to 6. And then we are going to implement the arithmetic operators. So in the print statement only I am giving that print a plus b, print a minus b, print a multiplication by b, print A, simple division by B. Next we have print A modulo division by B, and then we are using the exponent, so let us say that A to the power 2. As I execute this particular cell, you can see that several values are returned. Those are A plus B, 12 plus 6 is 18, 12 minus 6 is 6, 12 into 6 is 72. When it is divided, it returns as the question, 6 2s are 12, so it returns as 2. But when modulo division, it returns as the remainder, which left as 0. And 12 exponent to the power 2, that means 12 square is calculated, that is 144. So this is how basically arithmetic operators can be implemented in Python. Next we are going to discuss about the assignment operators. So assignment operators, as the name suggests, it is used to assign the values. Like we have done in the previous example only, A equals to 12. So that is actually assigning the value from the right side operand to the left side operand, that is equals to. So that is an assignment operator. Plus we have seen several other operators like plus equals to, minus equals to. This means plus equals to means it adds the right hand operand to the left hand and assigns the result to the left side operand. So this is how assignment operators work. Like addition, we can use all arithmetic operations with assignment operations only. For example, in the previous code in which we have written, in that code only, if I want to change, then how can I do that? For example, I have written like this, and I'm here storing the value firstly in a C variable. So this is assignment only, that I'm assigning the values, that is A plus B. Similarly, after printing the addition, you can do for other operators also, but I'm just showing you one example. So print A plus B, that is done. But here I'm going to change that, print C. That means the resultant value will be printed. Next, what I'm going to do, whatever the value is stored in C, C plus equals to A, and then again print C. When I execute this particular cell, it adds the value and prints the C. Next you can see C plus equals to A. That means C value which is being stored in this variable, that is 12 plus 6, 18. 18 is again added with A. Here you can see addition is given to the assignment only. So 18 plus 12 gives us 30. This is how we can use the plus equals to, and similarly minus equals to, multiply equals to, division equals to, modulo division equals to can be done. Next we are going to discuss about comparison operators in Python. So comparison operator is used to compare the two operands or any two variables given. Comparison of operands is done with the help of comparison operators. Now what are the operators? Greater than, less than, equals to, and not equals to. So if true if the left operand is greater than the right, this returns true if the left operand is less than the right operand. If both the operands are equal, then it is equals to, and not equals to, that means the values are not equal. So this is the simple use of comparison operators, and later on we have used the comparison operators with decision making statements and other loops also. So let us write a very small program for the comparison of operators. Let us give the value of A equals to 21 and B equals to 10. And now we have to compare the values and print it. So for that, let us use the conditional statement which we have studied in Python, that is if A is greater than B, print A is greater else print So this is the simple code which we have written to check the greater, or if it is not greater, then print that it is less, that print the other number is greater. So when I execute this particular set of code, it prints that a is greater because obviously the value of a is 21. Similarly, we can check for other operators also. If we do it like this and change it here, then it is going to print that a is smaller, or else it is going to print that b is greater. So now let us change the values here also. Now assign this as 21 and this as 10. And if I again execute the code, then it is displaying that a is smaller. So this is how less than operators can also be checked. Now if you give both the values as same, then here you can introduce an elif statement which we have studied. So in this particular elif statement, we give the condition that if a is equals to b, if such kind of condition arises, then what to do? So it is going to print that numbers are equal. And let us give the same numbers only. And if I execute this code again, then it is displaying that numbers are equal. You can again give another statement also for checking not equals to, that if numbers are not equal. So just we have to do, introduce another elif statement and write there a not equals to b and then check for it. Lastly, we are going to discuss about the logical operators. Now logical operators in Python are and, or, and not. So and if all the conditions are true, then only it returns true value. Or returns if any one of the condition is true, then it will return true. And not operator use the reverse of the logical state in its operand. That means it does the reversal. For example, if in any particular operator you have given true value, then when you print it with not, that not x I want to print, then it is going to print false. So it is also very simple, and let us execute a code to get a clear picture about logical operators in Python. Code for the execution of logical operators. I have given in the x variable stored the value as true, and in y I have stored the value as false. Next I have simply written in the print statement x and y, x or y and not of x. When I execute this particular cell, you can see here it returns me false because both the conditions are not true, and operator returns true when all the conditions are true. Similarly, OR gives true because one of the condition is true. So OR operator returns if any one condition turns out to be true. And not of x, not operator used to reverse the logical state of the operand. So here in the operand you have stored the true value. So it is going to return you the negation of it, that is false. So by the end of this video, we have discussed about the first 4 operators in Python, that is arithmetic, assignment, logical and comparison. And for rest of the operators, we will discuss in upcoming video. In this video, we are going to discuss about the rest 3 operators in Python, and that is membership, second is identity, and third is bitwise. So in the previous video, we have discussed about the first 4 operators, that is arithmetic, comparison, logical and assignment operators. In this video, we are going to discuss about membership operator, identity operator and bitwise operator. So membership operator is actually having 2 operators, that is in and not in. So in, it actually displays true value if in this given sequence or in the expression, that whatever value you are searching, if that value is in the given sequence or in the expression. And not in displays true value if there is that particular is not in that particular sequence or expression, then it is going to display not in x. Now for example, we have studied about list, and if I initialized a particular list, let's say x equals to 1, 2, 3, 4. This is the list which I have initialized, and now I am searching for a value. So let's say I'm searching for a equals to 3. This is what I'm searching. Now print, I'm going to write like this, a in x. So this statement is going to return me true, that yes, the value of a is there. And if I write not in, A is not in X, then it is going to return me false, because yes, the value of A is there in the X list. So this is what membership operator is all about. So let us execute this small program and see how membership operators work. So firstly, let us initialize a list that is having value 1, 2, 3 and 4, and we are checking for the value A equals to 3. Now firstly, we are going to print for A in X, and next we are going to print for A not in X. And now as I execute this particular cell, here you can see firstly it returns me true, because yes, the value A is there in the X, and for not in it returns me false. Why? Because it is already there in X, so it returns me the negation, that is false. Next we are going to discuss about the identity operator in Python. Identity operators, also there are two operators in identity. First is and second operator is not. So this is, it is evaluated to be true if the reference present at both the sides of the point of the same object. That means the reference present at both sides is of a same object only. And not is evaluated to be true if the reference of the both points are different. So if it is same, then it is going to return true, and if it is not same, then it is going to return the true value if for the different objects. For that we use is not, and if it is same and true and the reference present at both the sides are of same object, then we use the is operator to check, and it will return us true value. For example, if in x1 string I am storing a value as, let's say, Python, and in x2 I am storing in this variable the value as 12. Similarly in y1 also I am storing the same value to check, Python, and in y2 I am storing the value as 12 again. Now if I check that x1 is y1, then for sure it is going to return me false, because it is not referencing the same object, so it is going to differ. But if I reference that x2 is y2, then it is going to return true value. Why? Because that is referencing the same object. So let us execute this program also and see how identity operators work in Python. So firstly, I am going to initialize a string name x1, and there I am going to write Python. And next I am going to initialize a number 12. y1 I am going to initialize the same string only, and y2 also I am going to initialize the same number, that is 12. Next in the print statement, if I give x1 is, let's check this with y1 first. So let us see what it returns. When I execute this particular set, it returns me true. Why? Because they both are pointing the same object. Now if I change this and write here as x1 is x2, then it is going to return me false, because they are both referencing the different objects. And if I write here is not, then it is going to return me true, because it not symbolizes that it is not referencing, which is true. So that's why it returns me true value. Now here also you can check the ID also, that what is it actually referencing. It is here, it will give the address of that particular object which it is referencing. For example, if you want to check, then you have to use like this ID and give the variable x1, and similarly you give for x2 also for checking that why it is printing the same or different. So x1 and y1 are same, so let us check for y1 only the ID. And if you execute this cell, you can see here it returns the same ID. That's why it gives true, because it is referencing the same ID of the objects. And why it checks different? Because here you can write here x2 and then check. Both the IDs will be different. That's why it is returning for not true, is not, that then only it is returning true, because both are referencing the IDs of different objects. So we are done with the membership operators and identity operator. Next we are going to discuss about the bitwise operator. So bitwise, as the name suggests, it works on and performs all the operations on the bit and performs operation on bit by bit operands. So here we can write that it operates on bits. Now firstly, you can see here the operators which I am writing. A pipe I'm using for B. So this actually performs the OR operation. OR operation is performed, and OR we know that if one of the values is true, it returns true value. A and B, it performs the AND operation. If both the values are true, both the values are same, then only it will return true value. That is, if both the bits are either 0, 0 or 0, 1, then it's going to return true value. Next, what it does, the other operator which we have is A cap B. Now, this resulting will be 1 if both the bits are different, otherwise it will result be 0. That means if A and B are represented in bit format, whatever the values are stored, then it will be 1 if both the bits are different. That means for 0, 1, 1, 0, it will return 1. Or if both are same, then it will return 0. Next, this is the shift the bit right by B bits, and this is shift by left side of the B bits, and this particular is used to calculate the negation. That means to calculate each operand, like if 1 is taken as 0, for example, if any particular number is denoted, like in A you have stored 5 and then you want to print the negation of A, so it is going to give you 10. Why? Because 5 is 0, 1, 0, 1. Negation means reversing the bit, so it will be 0, 1, 0, 1. That is equals to 10. This is what it does. So let us execute a simple program for all the bitwise operator which we have studied. So we are storing two value. In A I am storing 58, and the binary representation of 58 is 111010. This is I'm writing that in comments so that we can check when the calculation is done. And similarly for B I am taking as 13, and for 13 the bitwise representation is binary representation is 1101. Next in C, where I'm going to store the result, right now I'm initializing it as 0. So firstly in C, what I'm going to store A and B, that is bitwise and I'm calculating. What it does, if both the values of the operands are same, then it returns 1, or otherwise it returns 0. So now let us check with the help of print statement. We are going to print the C, that the values which are stored are going to be printed. So we will check that after I will execute this particular cell. Next it is going to print the value 8. Why? Because 0, 1, 0, 1, 0, again 0, 0, 1, again 0, 1, 1, it prints 1. And rest numbers will be filled with 0 only, that is both this 1. So 1, 0, 0, 0 is actually 8 in decimal format. Next we are going to calculate A and B. OR operation we are going to perform in C, and similarly we are going to check that with the help of print statement. We are again going to print C. Similarly we are going to A cap B, and that value we are also going to print in C. Next we are going to shift the bits. Firstly we are going to shift the bits of A. 2 bits we are shifting here and printing that number which is generated in C. And similarly we are again going to shift the bits of A left side 2 and print that in C variable. So this is the complete code for the operators which we have written, and as I execute this particular cell, you can see several numbers are returned. Now let us see how the output generates. So AND operation I have already explained, it will return 8 in the binary. So it will check in binary and return you the number in integer. Similarly for OR operations also, that is 63, which is represented firstly in binary and then given to the output as in decimal format. So next is 55, and the shift is done, and the bit generated number is 232. And similarly for left shift, which we have done for A, this particular bit shifted 2 side to the left, then it generates 14, that is 1110. So by the end of this video, we have discussed about all the operators, and particularly in this video, we have discussed about membership, identity, and bitwise operator in Python. In this video, we are going to discuss about functions in Python. So firstly, we must know that what is a function. A function is a group of statements that performs a specific task. So a group of statements which are combined together to perform a specific task are known as function. So function helps to reduce the line of code and break the code into small section. So obviously if we group the statements, then code is automatically reduced. So it is a much beneficial thing that we use a function. Basically function are used in code and it makes it more organized and manageable. Now in Python, we have three types of function, and those are firstly user defined. Second, we have built-in functions. And the third type we have is lambda function. We will discuss about each in detail. So firstly, the user-defined function, as the name suggests, that user-defined functions are made by user according to their requirement. This particular function is user-defined if it is made by the user itself according to its requirement. So that is specifically a user-defined function. Now, how can we define a function? For that, to define a function, we use the def keyword. This keyword is used to define the function with parenthesis. And we pass the parameters and arguments in the parenthesis. And to close the function, we use the return expression. So with the use of def keyword, firstly we define a particular function and then we give in parenthesis the parameters, and then lastly, after the statements given in that function, return is an expression which is used to close the function. We use the return expression. Now how can we call a particular function? After defining a function, we need to call a function to perform the task. It is called calling of a function, and we pass the argument. Let us understand this with the help of example. For example, you can take as if I want to add two numbers, and rather than taking the writing a plus b and all that, I just want to use a function. So how can I do that? So firstly, I will use the def keyword to initialize or define a particular function, and I'm naming my function as add. Okay, and in it is having two parameters, a and b. So this is how I am defining this particular function, and what it will return when this particular function is called, addition of a and b, that is a plus b it is going to return. Next, what I'm going to do, take input from the user, and for that we know that a int input, and here you can write enter the value of a, and similarly for b also. And next, for calling a particular function, how can we call a particular function? Then we have to write that, let's say I'm writing that in the print statement only, print, in quotes I will write sum is equal to, here I'm going to call the function which I have named, and I'm going to write add, and here I'm passing the values of a and b which I have taken from the user. This is how we can write a function code in Python. So let us execute this code also and see that what generates the sum of two numbers. Firstly, we are going to define a function, and for that we use the keyword def, and I am naming my function as add, and then you have to pass the parameters here, and I'm adding two numbers, so I'm passing a and b here. And in return, while we close this function, we have to write in return we are adding the two numbers, that is a plus b. So this will return the a plus b, the addition of both the numbers it is going to return. Next, what I have to do is I have to take the input for two numbers, that is a and b. So for that we use int input, and here we write that enter the values. So I'm writing enter a And similarly, we are going to take the input for B also. And write here, enter B. So we have taken the input from both the values also. And next what we need to do is we need to call the function. So for that, in the print statement, I am only calling, and it is going to print the sum. So the sum is, and next I am calling the function which we have initialized as add, and I am passing the values of parameters which will be taken the input from the user A and B. So this is the code. Now as I run this particular cell, it firstly asks me to enter the value of A that I am entering as 10, and next is asked me to enter the value of B, so that I am entering as 12, and as I press enter, you can see it prints that the sum is 22 of 10 and 12. So this is how we can just declare a function with the help of def keyword and then use the return, that what this function will return when this function is called in the program. After taking the input, it is printing the sum. So this is a very basic program to create a function and use it. Next, we are going to discuss about the different types of argument in function. Here you can see that we have passed the arguments. Here you can see A and B, and similarly the A, B arguments which we have passed. Now in functions only and in user defined only, there is a category that different types of arguments in Python function. So the first type of argument which is there, that is required. That is required argument. Now this required argument are the argument passed to the function in correct positional order, means exact position order you have to pass the argument. Here the number of arguments in the function called should match exactly with the function definition. For example, this we can say is a required argument. If there are two parameters passed, two arguments, then you have to give the value of two numbers, otherwise it will show an error. So A and B are the required argument, and without that you cannot perform the call of function. You cannot call this function if there are no A and B in the program that is written. So this is an example which we can say is of a required argument. Next we come to the keyword argument. The next type is keyword argument. Now this keyword argument is that the order does not matter. When we call the function and we define the arguments with their respective value, like it works like, as the name is keyword, key and the value. So the order doesn't matter, that what is the order which you are giving. For example, we are defining a function that will display the name and age, and we are printing the name and age first, and if you change the order also in function calling, then it will display with the same name only. So let us execute a program and then you will get a more clear picture about the keyword argument. So here if I define a function and that is going to display name age, so I'm naming the function as disp, and I'm giving the arguments which are there as firstly name and the second argument is age, and firstly it is going to print the name and then it is going to print the age, and then it will return the same thing which we have given here. It will return that also. So we have closed the particular function. Now while the function is called, so if I say that this is how I have called the particular function, and now if I firstly give the value of age, then does it change? No, it will print according to the keyword only with the respective keyword. Order of argument does not matter here. So what you have to do is you give age here first. Let's say you give the age here 21, and then you give the name, and for example you give the name as ABC, and when you execute this particular cell, then you can see here that it displays ABC and then age. That means it knows that with the specific keyword you have given the values, so it doesn't matter also even you give the age first or name later on. In this type of argument, the order of argument doesn't matter, and that is the keyword argument. Next we are going to discuss about the default argument. Now the default argument works when an argument value is not provided in the function calling, then it takes a default value that is already defined in the function. Now if an argument value is provided in the function calling, then default value is avoided. So when the value is not provided, then it prints by the default value only. So if in this program only we change the particular value, and in this function only we do that, let's say we also increase a field that is salary, and I give here the default value as 20,000. This is the value which I give, and rest all the things are same, and here I'm just going to increase that print salary field also. Okay, so this is what it is going to print. And if I execute this cell again, then here you can see I have not given the value, but it is taking by default this value only. And if here I mention the value, for example, I give the value for salary also, and then I execute this set of code, then here you can see it doesn't take the default value, it takes the value which you have given. So these are the types of argument which you can pass in the function. Next we are going to discuss about the built-in functions in Python. So now we are going to discuss about the built-in function, and we have discussed about the arguments also, and last which we discussed with the help of example only was default. So after that we have built-in function, that is another type of function, and a function that is built into an application and can be accessed by the user is called a built-in function. And Python has a number of built-in function. For example, in all the programs till now we use a function named print. So this is a built-in function which actually gives the object on screen of any standard output devices. We have also used the functions such as list, tuple, set, length to calculate the length, type to know the data type of any particular object, that it is string, integer or what. And these all are the built-in functions which are already there in any application, then they are said to be built-in. For example, if we take a list only, let's say if I take this particular list and it is not ordered, that means elements are in just written on. And if I want to sort this particular list, so for that what can I do? I can use the sorted method which we have studied. Now this sorted is also actually a built-in method that will sort the list, or we can use the reverse method also to reverse the particular list. Now if you want to sort the list without this built-in function, then the code will be too long. You have to write a long code for sorting that. So with the use of built-in functions we can sort a list and make other things also, in which we have done in our previous programs also. So let us use this built-in function to see the use of it. So firstly I'm going to create a list, and in that particular list I'm going to give number in any order. So this is the list which I have created. And next I am going to create another list for storing the sorted list, and what that list is going to do, I am going to use the sorted. Here you can see it is a built-in method that I am using, sorted, and this method I am going to use, and in this particular method what I am going to pass is that list which we have created to sort that list, and then I am going to print the sorted list, that is the S list. So these are all the built-in, that's why we get such options and descriptions of these methods or these functions. Now when I execute this particular cell, you can see here it returns me a sorted list. The code is reduced because of built-in function only, otherwise you have to implement another logic and that would automatically you have to write a long code. So built-in functions makes things easy to use by any programmer. Next we are going to discuss about lambda function. So lambda functions in Python are those functions which are anonymous. That means a function without a name. So those functions which are without a name are known as lambda functions. And to create a small anonymous function, lambda keyword is used. For creating such a small function which is anonymous and we don't want to give the name, then we use the name as lambda and we use this particular keyword. Now how to declare a particular function as lambda? What we have to do is simply write lambda, the argument, and then the expression. This is how you can do that. For example, if I want to multiply a number with 2, then how can I do that? And if I want to create a function without a name for that, so what I have to do is firstly I have to firstly int, let's say this is the data type which we are giving, and then lambda x into 2, and then you can simply write the print statement and pass the argument, that is, for example, if I want to calculate 5 into 2, this is what I do, and when you execute this cell, it will print the output as 10. So this is the very small function which we have done with the help of lambda keyword. Now it executes the same. Rather than you do this particular thing that you use a def keyword to define a function, and that name is as, let's say, multiply only, and then you pass the argument as x and you do return x into 2. So both the things will do the same thing only, but here what you have to do, you have to just write a single line only. Whereas in other you have to write nearly the same code, as you have to define the function and then you have to return, and then you have to ask the user for the value, that input the value or whatever things you need to do for executing that particular code. So both this code, either you use the lambda code or either you define a function, will do the same purpose, but it reduces the code writing also, and there is just one single line you have to write for execution of a function. So now let us execute lambda function also. So firstly, we have to write the lambda keyword, and here you can see, so the lambda keyword, and then I will use the, firstly I have to write the so here you can see, after giving the data type, we use the keyword lambda, and then I have to give the argument, that is x, and then I have to give the expression what I want to do, that x into 2. After doing this, I just have to write the print and pass the argument, that is, if I want to calculate 5 into 2. So this is a code cell, and when I execute this thing, it returns me 10, which is quite same if I use, def lambda, and like this if I do, particularly if I do like this, that def and defining a function and then into 2, that could be also done, but lambda is done when you need to create just a small function for printing something or executing a code, and it is an anonymous function. So by the end of this video, we have discussed about the functions in Python, that is user defined, built-in and lambda, and also we have discussed about the arguments that could be passed in the user defined function. Hello everyone, this is Sukanya from GoEduHub Technologies, and in this video we are going to see the implementation of several built-in functions in Python. So built-in functions are those functions which are defined and already present or predefined in any Python. The Python interpreter has several functions that are always present for use. You can simply call that function and use them. That means you have to not write lines of code to implement those functions. Those are known as built-in functions. Python provides us many built-in functions, as it is an open source programming language, and it has vast amount of libraries also. So we are going to discuss some functions here and then implement those functions. So the very first function is ABS. Now this ABS method is actually returns the absolute value of any number. The next function is all. Now this function returns true when all the elements in iterable is true. Next we have any. Now here's the thing to see that how is any different from all. Any checks if any element in the iterable is true, whereas all checks if all the elements are iterable in true. So it will check for any element. Similarly, we have bool function also. Now what it does, it converts a value to boolean. Similarly, there is bytes function also, and it returns the immutable byte object. We also have a method called input, which is majorly used in programs, and it is used as it reads and return a line of string. That means you can take the input from the user and display it on the screen. So for that we use input. Another function which we have is ID. Now this ID actually returns the identity of object. That means a specific ID is given to every object in the memory. So that is returned with the help of identity or ID method. For example, if you have any object A and you can print it like this, print ID of A. So you can get a sequence of number that is there. Next function which we have is list. Now this is used to create a particular list in Python. Similarly, we have a function called length. It returns the length of any object. Also, we have several mathematical functions also, such as max, min, range. We have power function also. And it takes two parameters or arguments, a and b, that is a number raised to the power what. So that is there, and it returns the power of a number. Next, we have other functions in list such as ORD. Now ORD returns an integer of a Unicode character. We also have a function, a method called type. This actually displays the type of the data which is stored. So it is used for type. Similarly, we have functions like sorted. It returns the sorted list of a given iterable. That is, you can sort in any list also. Tuple, it used to return a particular tuple. Import is a function called by import statement. Then we use import. Sum returns the sum of iterable objects. Now let us implement a few functions so that we can get to know how can we implement built-in functions in Python. So firstly, we are going to implement the ABS absolute value function. So here I am giving the absolute value of an amount. Here I am going to print the ABS value of I. As I execute this particular cell, here you can see that the absolute value of this particular number 20 is returned. Now let us check about the list, that is all and any. So we initialize a list like this and enter the number in the square brackets. So I'm entering a few numbers here, that is 1, 2, 3, 4, and then we are using the all function first. So all of the list L, and as I execute this cell, here you can see that it returns me true. That means all the items are iterable. Next, if you want to check for any, so let me write here print any of L. So it also returns me true. That means a single particular element can also be iterable of this particular list. Next, if you want to check the binary of any particular number, then how can you do that? For example, I'm initializing a number 5 and then I want to print the binary. So I will simply use the bin function. Bin, and then I have to give the number here, which is I've stored in the variable n. As I execute this particular cell, here you can see that it returns me the binary of the 5. That is, the decimal representation of 5 is this and the binary is 0101. Next, if you want to take the input from the user, then how can you do that? For example, here I am initializing a variable name A, and then I am writing here int input enter your age, and then I'm writing here print now. Here firstly you can see that it is asking me from the input, so I'm entering the age, for example 25, and then it prints me here that the age is 25. Now we have used the id function also to check the id, so we can use it here, print id of a. So this is the previous code only, and here you can see a certain sort of integers are written, so this is the id of this particular object a. Now if you want to check the type also, then how can you do that? So here you have to simply write print type of a, and here you can see that this is of class integer, because you have given the data type here integer and you are entering a number, so hence it is a type of integer. Next we are going to see that how can we actually execute a string, how can we enter a string and then check the id of it. So you have to simply write here input string, a variable we have created, and I'm simply here writing as input, and next in print we are going to write that the input string is and then the and lastly we are going to print the type. As I execute this cell, firstly is asking me to input a string. For example, I'm entering my own name, and it prints that the input string is Sukanya and the class is str. That means this is of string class. Next we have studied about several mathematical functions also, so let us execute a bit of that. So firstly, if I want to execute the power function, so I'm going to write like print power, and I'm giving 2 raised to power 3, so it returns me 8. Next, if I want to print ORD of the ASCII value of 6, so it returns me 99. That means it returns me an integer for an Unicode character. Next, if I want to print the oct of 10, that is octal number of 10, so it returns me the octal value of 10 also. So this is how you can actually implement several functions which are built in Python and executed. And here you can see that we have also mentioned a link for the referral note, so that will be given you in the video description. From here you can study all the function and implement it. In this video, we are going to discuss the example of web scraping, and we are using the website flipkart.com. And firstly, what we need to do is, these are the steps which we need to follow to extract or scrap the data from Flipkart. And the first step is importing necessary libraries like Beautiful Soap, Request, Pandas, and CSV. CSV we will use to store our data, so CSV file is required, so we will import that library also. And then we are going to find URL that we need to extract. Inspect the page, we need to specify the content variable with HTML form in which we want to extract. Then we have to write the code for scrapping and store the result in the desired format. So for that, first step is we need to import the necessary libraries. So we have imported the Beautiful Soap from BS4, Request, CSV, and we have imported Pandas as PD. So let us firstly, if you want to check in your system, so you can check with the help of pip install that pandas is there or not. So in my system, pandas was installed, so it is showing me that requirement already satisfied, or else you can install with using this syntax pip install pandas. So let us firstly install all the libraries and then we will go ahead with the program. Next we need to import request. Then we need to import CSV, and we're importing pandas as PD. You can give any other name also. I am using PD. So I have imported all the libraries, and next what I'm going to do is that I need to find the URL which we need to extract the data from. So here we are using a Flipkart website. In the tutorial also you can see while you're checking that this is the particular link which we are using, and as I open it, it shows me a range of laptops, and what I'm going to extract is the name, the rating and the price which is there from this particular laptop. Now to extract this and give all that particular contents of HTML class what is there, so we need to inspect the page. We need to specify the content variable from HTML which we need to extract. So firstly what we need to do is we have to click here and we need to click on inspect, and as you do that then you have to select this particular and come here, then it will show you the class which is there. It will show you here also at the top. You can see that at the top of this you can see that div 4r capital R01T, and also you can see here that this class is pointing here. Similarly for this class also you can see that the name of the laptop has one particular class. Next for price also you can see the price class is also given here, and that particular price class and the name of the class is given here. This is the class which is I'm pointing here. Similarly next we have the ratings. So again you have to select the element to inspect and you have to come here. So this is for rating, that is 3LWZ1K. So these are the names of the class which we need to specify while extracting or scrapping the data from the website, and I am taking these three fields only now: the name, the rating and the price of that laptop. So this is how you can inspect a particular page. So next you need to we have inspected that and we have got description of the class name also, and then you have to give those names. So let us run firstly for one and then we will fetch all products. I'm storing it in list, and then prices, and next we have ratings. So ratings, here we are going to use soup dot find, so it will find the division comma the attribute, so that we are writing attrs equals to, we are giving here class and here then I'm going to use a colon also, and next we are going to give the name of the class. So that we have seen is underscore 4R capital R 01 capital T. This is the name of the class which is there when we inspected the page. Here you can see that elements inspect 4 small r capital R 01 T. This is the name of that particular class of laptop, and we are fetching the requirements, that is the product, price and ratings, and then we are going to print it. So we have to print product.txt. As I run this particular cell, you can see here that it is finding me the class which I have given, and that is specifying I am giving the class element as the name of the product. So it is returning me the name of the product only. That is this particular laptop which we have selected here, this laptop, and it is returning me that name. Next, now we are getting the particular laptop description. For all laptops, what we have to do, we need to write a loop, so that to get all the corresponding classes of the price and rating, and for a complete product set, we need to do that. So for that, we will write a loop. And now let us write it here. For A in soup dot find all we are finding the anchor elements. So we'll write here A comma href equals to true, attrs attributes equals to, we need to name the class, then we need to use a colon, and then we have to give the name of the class for the attribute. So when we select the entire thing, that is this particular outer box, if we select, then this is having the class name, you can see here, and the class here is like this. And if I open this quotes, okay, so this is the class name which is there of this particular block, which is having the description of entire laptop, and that is underscore 1 small f q z e k. So I'll give the name of this class only here for the entire selection of the outer block. 1 f q k. And in that particular loop, we have to find the attributes of name of each laptop, price, and then we have to give for rating also. So let us do that. And now we have to give the name of the class. So firstly, we are using the name. So in the element inspector only. So this class name is this 4R. So I will copy the name of class from here and I will paste it here. Next, we need to find for the price. So this is the price. So again, we need to select. This is the for price, and from here I am going to copy this class name and paste it here. And next we have to find for rating. So okay, let us find for rating also. Again, we go to the site, select the element inspector, and this is for the ratings, and the name is so this is the name, and we are going to copy this also and paste it here. So this is done, and next what we need to do is we have to find and text append also, that the name, price and rating will be there. So products.append, prices.append and ratings.append, so that a complete set can we get that. So let us do that also. Products dot append, it is going to append the name dot text. Similarly for prices, dot append price.txt and last for ratings we are going to append and it will have ratings dot text. So this is the code which we have written to get all the class corresponding to the price and ratings for a complete set of products. So now we have to store the result in the desired format, and for that we will use the data frame that will be storing the value like we used to do in dictionary, that is a key and a value pair. So we have given the value pair as products, prices and ratings, and that we are going to store. So df, I'm using here the variable, and that is going to, I have imported pandas at pd, and this will create a data frame. And now let us write the values. So firstly it is going to have the product name, and we'll have the value which we have given is in products. Next it is going to have the value of prices, and that will be, we have given the value in prices only here, and last we have is for ratings, and that will be stored in, we have given ratings dot append, so we'll write here ratings. This is done, and next we are going to use df dot head. This actually prints the first top 5 entries, so we are not printing all the entries, we're just printing here the 5 entries. So now as I execute this particular cell, here you can see that an output is generated, a data frame, that is, and we have used the head method, and that will display the top 5 records only of this particular file, that is the product name, prices and the ratings. Next, if I want to store this in a CSV file, then we can use the method df dot to CSV, and we have to give the name of file, that is products dot CSV. So this is also executed, and when you go to the home and you check, then here you can see a product.csv file is created, and here you can see that it is having product name, rate, prices and ratings, that is the name of the products which are there, the price and its respective ratings. So this is how you can do web scraping of a particular website also, that is live website, which I have shown you with the help of Python. In this video we are going to discuss about web scraping. What is web scraping and why is it efficient to do web scraping with Python? So web scraping by definition is collecting huge amount of information from websites. So that is known as web scraping. That is, without manually going for each website, you can collect the data with the help of web scraping. Now, what is the need of such huge data and why is web scraping used? So web scraping is firstly used for price comparisons. Now in price comparisons, there are services such as ParseHub used for scraping to collect the data from online shopping website and use it to compare with the prices of products. Next is for sending bulk emails, that is email address gathering. Many companies, you know, that used to send email to Medium for marketing, and that particular data of all such emails, a bulk of emails is sent, and collecting those data is done with the help of web scraping only. The other is social media scraping. Now, this social media scraping is a web scraping used to collect data from social media websites such as Twitter to find out what is trending. To know that what is trending in a particular region, that kind of data is found out with the help of social media web scraping. Web scraping is also an important feature in the R&D, research and development, because to collect large set of data such as stats or general information or temperature from several websites, so that analysis can be done and can be carried out with the help of surveys and for R&D development, that is research and development. Then job listing. Now, this job listing details regarding job openings, interviews are collected from different websites and then listed at one place so that it is easily accessible by the users. So because of all these reasons, web scraping is done, and in all these fields web scraping is used. Now the question arises is that what is a web scraping? So web scraping is automated method used to attract large amount of information from websites, such as these are the web pages or the websites. Then web scraping is done and a structured data is fetched. So this is a basic diagram for, you can say, web scraping, that the data on the websites are unstructured. They may have any format. Web scraping helps to collect those unstructured data and store it in structured form. There are different ways to scrap websites, such as online services, API, or writing your own code. Now, a question arises that is web scraping legal? So web scraping, if legal or not, that you can know your rights, that what you can fetch from a website with the help of, you can write the URL of a particular website and then you can write /robots.txt. So with this particular extension, you can know that scrapping is allowed or not. For example, Flipkart is a website where you can extract data from, so that is allowed. So you can check with the help of robot.txt extension that whether this website allow you several rights or not. Now, why Python is good for web scraping? Why are we using Python for web scraping? So firstly, Python is a very simple code. When you have discussed or you have seen the basics, then you have known that Python code writing is very simple. So it is easy to use. In web scraping also, it makes less messy and easy to use code. Next is why Python is such an efficient language, because we have discussed in the introduction that it has a large collection of libraries. Those libraries such as NumPy, Matplotlib, Pandas, etc., which we will briefly discuss in our upcoming videos. So because of that also, it is very helpful to scrap a data. Next is dynamically type. In Python, you do not have to define data types for variable. You can directly use the variable when it is required. So that saves your job and time also. So dynamically use is another reason why Python is good for web scraping. Easily understandable syntax, that is, it is easy to code, so syntax is easily understandable, and there is a very small code for a large task. So that makes also web scraping very useful. Now, how can we scrap a data from website? Or we will take a basic example in our upcoming videos. This is all about a basic introduction of web scraping, that why web scraping is done, what is exactly web scraping, and why do we use Python for web scraping. And for more examples, we will look into upcoming videos. In this video, we are going to see that how can we scrap a data from any website, and we are using our website only, that is www.goeduhub.com. So there are two ways in which we can extract a data. You can see here it is mentioned also, and we will provide you the link for the referral notes, that by using the API of a website. Some website like Twitter, Facebook, YouTube have an API, but using API of a website, we can extract data of the website. But the question is that all the websites do not have their API. In such situation, we extract data from website by accessing their HTML pages, and that is called web scraping. Now, web scraping using Python, we have seen in our previous video and discussed also that we can scrap the data using Python from any website, and to do that we have to install some libraries, that is request, HTML5lib and BS4. And for installation, we use the command pip install in the library name. So this is a notebook which I have opened, and now I'm going to install the libraries which are there. So the first library which we need to install is requests. The next is HTML5lib. We need to install that library also to extract several functions and classes from that. And these are the four libraries which we are and these are the three libraries which we are installing, that is request, HTML5 library and BS4. So request is a Python HTTP library only, and it basically helps the library to make a request to any web page. And BS4 is actually, from BS4 we are going to implement or import Beautiful Soap, and it is a tool for web scraping that helps you to clean up and parse the documents you have pulled down from the web. And official documentation can be also seen, and that link is also mentioned in our tutorial. So as I run this particular cell, these particular libraries will be imported, and then we can use several functions which are there for implementing our programs. So it will take some time to install. So all the libraries have been imported and installed, and next what we have to do is we have to import these libraries to start with our program. So firstly, I am importing request. Next, I am importing the URL library from request. And next, from Beautiful Soap, I am importing BS4 import Beautiful Soap. So this is all the libraries which we have imported, and now what we have to do is we have to take a response from an HTML page of a website. So what we have done is, here you can see that this is a basic example. A URL variable is given, and then URL is mentioned of the website, that is www.goeduhub.com. In response, we have actually targeted the URL, that request.get this URL, print the response, and HTML content will be response.content. Now why I have commented this particular line, because if print HTML content is done, then all the particular thing which is there in HTML page as a content of this website, it will print the entire HTML file of the site, which is very big. So we don't want to give it a try, and as we have taken the Beautiful Soap, so what you're going to do, you're going to parse that particular HTML content, a Beautiful Soap, by calling the HTML content.html parser, and then we are going to print the soup. Or if we print the prettify, then what it is going to do, it doesn't get the soup printed, we got the prettify soup printed. So it will show the HTML page in a better way. So let us do that now. So we have imported all the libraries, and next we are going to give the URL of the website. And then with the help of response, we need to do is request dot get URL. And then we are going to print the response. Now after we print the response variable, if you get the output of any particular variable or number, that means your request has been assessed, that you can request that particular page or you can hit that particular page. Execute this cell, you can see that response 200 it is generated. That means we can assess this particular page or we can scrap the data from this particular page because we have got a response. That means we have hit the particular site. Now what we need to do next is we have to fetch the HTML content of this particular site. So for that, after we have done this particular thing, what I'm going to write here is HTML content equals to response dot content. You can print this HTML content, but the thing is that it will print the entire HTML file and that is very big and you won't understand it. But if you want to do it, you can give it a try. You can simply write print HTML content. But I want to print the content in such a way so that it can be readable and it can be understandable also. So for that, I am going to use from Beautiful Soup to parse the HTML content with the help of HTML parser. And then I will got the Prettify Soup printed so that it will show the HTML page in a better way. So let us do that now. I will write here soup is equals to Beautiful Soup HTML content comma HTML dot parser, and next you can print the soup also, but we are going to print soup dot prettify. This prettify function will actually present the page in a better way. Print now as I execute this particular cell, here you can see that this is how the tag and the head of the body and then other title and everything is displayed, which is there on the side. So it is a better way of reading rather than you are entirely just printing the soup. So Prettify actually represent the page in a better way, and it actually makes readable also and understandable also, and it shows the HTML page in a better way, and this is the thing which are there in this particular website. Now if you want to just print the title, then how can you do that? That you don't want the entire information, you just want to print the title. So what we have to do is in the simple print statement you can write soup dot find all and what do you want to find? You want to find the title. So here you can see that the title is GoEduHub Technologies. Next, if you want to find that the division or the classes which are there in this particular HTML page, then what you have to do that using the same sentence in the print, instead of title you have to write the division. So here you have to just write the div so that you can fetch all the div elements. So these are all the div classes which are there in this particular file. It is given here. All the class names and what are there in this particular and list and all things have been given. Next, if you want to find the text file, that if there are any text file in this particular page, then you can get it. So you have to write is that print find all, and here you have to just write text. So it returns blank as there are no any text file as such in this particular page. Now, if you want to give an anchor tag to the fourth number in the web page, then how can you do that? For giving an anchor tag, how can we, and you have to mention also that the fourth number in that particular page. So how can we do that? So let us see that. So what we have to do is we have created our one variable one tag, and what it is going to do, soup dot find all, and there what you need to do, you have to write a, and to which element you're giving, the fourth element, and next you have to print one tag. So here you can see, this is how you can check for the anchor tag also, that how to assess list in Python where it is shown in the fourth output. That here you can see a particular anchor tag has been given to the title goeduhub.com project summer training internship certification courses. So that is how you can actually, it will give an anchor tag to the number 4th in the web page. Next, I just want to show you that how the tags of HTML are connected to each other, and we can use it to assess the HTML tags also. That means here you can see that all the particular tags which have been written are in text format. So if I want to get a link while finding out that if they are redirected to somewhere, then how can I do that? For that, firstly I create a variable named anchor equals to soup dot find all, and I'm going to find a anchor, and then all link is a variable which I am creating equals to set, and for link in anchor I'm going to execute a for loop. If link dot get is a href, not equal to hash then link print equals to https www.goeduhub.com, and then we are going to add the rest link which is there, that is link dot get href this all link is now going to add link and print link print. So what this code is going to do, here we are trying to find out all the links in the URL that we have taken here. Now you must be thinking that we can do it with find all beautiful soap method also. Yes, but we only see the links. We cannot click on the link to go to the actual website. So here firstly we store the links in the variable name anchor. After that we put on a loop on it, and we know how many times we use hash instead of the link to put a condition to avoid the empty links. After that we add each link to the original URL, and then we use the Python set instead of the list to avoid the repetition of the list, because we know that in list it can take the duplicate elements, but in set it is not acceptable. So that is a unique value concept. When we run this code, all the links in the output are working, and you can go on by clicking on them. So let us run this particular cell and see. So here you can see now generated are the links which are there. So you can just click here and it will redirect you to the link which has been opening. Here you can see that a particular link of the web page is opening like this. So this is a very basic thing which I have discussed to you about a website, and we have taken an example of our own website, that is GoEduHub Technologies. In next video I am going to show you scrapping data from live website, for example Flipkart website. In this video we are going to discuss about Python GUI and Tkinter. So firstly, to begin with, what is Python GUI? So GUI is graphical user interface, which is a desktop application. and it helps a human to interact with computers or electronic devices. They are used to perform different tasks in desktop, laptops, and other electronic devices. Now the question arises is, how can we create such desktop application? So Python is used to create graphical user interfaces or GUI application. Python libraries are used to create these kind of interfaces, and one of those libraries is tkinter. Other libraries are also there, Qt, Python, JPython, etc. Here we are going to use the tkinter as it is easier to learn. So firstly, tkinter, Python has inbuilt tkinter library for creating the GUI based applications. Now, what are the steps to create a tkinter GUI application? Firstly, what you need to do is, you have to import the tkinter module. Next, you have to create a main window. Then you have to add the widgets. And lastly, you have to enter the event main loop. So these are the steps which you need to follow. Now, Tinker offers a method called tk to create a main window. So we will use this method to create a window. And lastly, you can see here that enter the event main loop. The event main loop is used to display the window until an event to occur. So we will create a basic structure for a tkinter window and see how can we generate a GUI with the help of it. So firstly, the very first step which we did was import the tkinter module. Next, we have to do is creating a main window with the name of tk. So I'm storing that in G variable and tkinter.tk. Next, we have to add widgets if you want to add here, but right now I'm not adding anything. I'm just creating a blank window. So I'm going to enter the event loop, that is g.main loop. This is a very basic program. It will just generate a tkinter window. As I execute this particular cell, here you can see that a small window is generated with the name tk, and this is the window which we are talking about, which is generated with the help of tkinter module. Next, we are going to see some geometry managers which are there and what are the several widgets that can be added to this window. So the geometry managers which are there, the first is pack. Now this pack organizes widgets in block before placing them in the parent widget. Next is grid. Grid organizes widget in a table-like structure in the parent window. And last one is place. Place actually places the widget on the specific position, the position which you want to give. So these are the geometry managers. Now there are a number of widgets which are there in tkinter, and some we are going to discuss here and then implement a basic program with the help of it. The very first is button. Button, to add various kinds of button in the GUI app, you can use this widget. Second is canvas. Canvas is the widget used to shapes in GUI. Label. Label is used to display some message or information about other widget, then you can use label. Entry. Entry is used to display the single line text field to the user. Fifth is frame. Frame is used as a container. Next is menu. Menu is used to add menu items to the user. Message. Message is used to display the message box to the user. scroll bar, used to scroll the window up or down. Text, text is used to display text in multiple lines. And the last is pin box, which is same as scroll bar, but it has two tabs. One is for up and the other one is for down. Now let us create the example of the button widget first. So firstly, I am going to import tkinter as tk, and next I'm going to create a var variable, and that is going to have tkinter dot tk. I will give a title to that also. So for that we simply write var dot title, and I'm giving the title as counting seconds. Next I'm going to add a button. So we will write here button equals to tk dot button, and we will use here var. Then if I want to display a text on the top of the button, then that I have to write here. So I'm displaying the text as GoEdu Hub. And next we are setting the width of the button, and you can also set the background color with the help of BG, that I am setting as red. Next we have to write button dot pack. What this pack method is going to do, it is used to show the objects to the window. So pack organizes the objects in the block before placing that in the parent widget. So that will be done with the help of pack method. And next we have to enter the main loop. So for that we write the variable which we created, var dot main loop. As I execute this particular set, here you can see that a window is created, the name of window is counting second, and this is the button which is created naming GoEdu Hub. So this is how we can simply create a button. Next, if you want to create a canvas, then how can you do that? Let's see. So simply you are importing all the packages, that is from tkinter import star. Next we are using the same var variable, that is having tk, and then we are going to draw a canvas. So for that I simply use the variable canvas is equals to canvas var comma width comma height, and if you want to set a BG color, so let me set the BG color as blue. Canvas dot pack, next I'm creating two variables, canvas width and canvas height, and that will be placed in x and y axis accordingly. So we will use that there. So for that I'm creating canvas height equals to 50 and canvas width is equals to 200. Next we're using two variables x and y that will be used for canvas create line, which we're going to do. So that I'm writing here x int canvas height divide by 2, and y is going to store int canvas width division by 2. Next we're going to create a canvas. So for that we will write canvas dot create line, and we will use the dimensions x and y, comma canvas width, and lastly y. So this will create a line, and then we will enter the main loop. So this is the function which will help us to draw a canvas. Set, you can see here a particular window is generated, and this is a canvas drawn here and having the color blue, and here you can see a line is also been mentioned here. So this is how we can create a line on the canvas also. Next, if we want to create a thing that is, it is going to enter a particular name and password, and then we are going to use a submit button for submitting it. That is, we want to create an entry kind of panel. So how can we do that? So firstly, what we have to do here is, after importing the packages from Tinker and then storing it in a variable tk, next what we do is name equals to label var comma text that it is going to display as name. So here we are creating a label firstly, and that is going to display name, and then we are going to place it in the grid. So name dot grid, and we have to give the rows and columns. So row equals to 0 comma column equals to 0. Next we are going to e1 equals to entry var dot grid row equals to 0 comma column equals to 1. This is we have done for the name. Similarly, we are going to do for the password also. So you can see here I have done the same code and just changed the name, that is password, and I have stored it in E2 entry. And next we are going to create another button, that is submit. Submit equals to button. It is having var comma the text which is going to be displayed, that will be submit. This text is actually displayed on the top of the button. Then we're going to set foreground of that is red, and we have to add that also in the grid. So I'm using grid function, and the row I'm giving as 4 and column equals to 0. Next we are using the var dot geometry. Geometry is used for the size of the window. And here I am giving a size 450 into 200, and then we are using var dot main loop. Execute this particular cell. Here you can see a window that is having firstly 2 labels, name and password, and here you can give the entry. For example, I am giving the name here, and then I am entering password also. And with the help of submit button, you can submit the name and password. So by the end of this video, we have seen about how can we create a Tinker basic window, and then how can we add text to it, how can we add button to it, how can we create a canvas, and how can we create an entry window with the help of labels and buttons. In the upcoming video, we will see an example of how can we build a calculator app with the help of Tkinter module of Python. In this video, we are going to discuss about classes and objects in Python. So to begin with, what is a class? A class in Python is a blueprint or template which is specific objects are created. For example, if we think like class as a sketch or a prototype of a house, and it contains details such as floor, door, windows, etc. So these descriptions can be object, and house is a blueprint, so that can be said as a class. Now here you can see the syntax for defining a class, that is you have to use the class keyword and then name the class, colon, and then the statements you can give. You can use the past statements also, and when you have no content in the class for any reason or to avoid the error, then you can use the past statement. For creation of an object, what we have to do is you have to write the object name equal to class name dot arguments. Now some basic terms for class which we need to know before starting with the program. Class variable or attributes is shared with different objects and instance of the class. Instance or object variable are unique to each instance. It is defined inside the method and belongs to the current instance of a class only. Basically, objects are everything when we see around. For example, a person is an object of human class. Methods are the behavior, that means the functions which are associated with the instance of a class. Now let us start with the program and create a very basic class and create objects also and then display it. So firstly, I'm going to create a class named learn, and then there I'm going to define a function. For defining function, we use the keyword def, and here I'm defining a function, I'm writing here as self. Now what does this self means? This self is nothing but a kind of by default parameter. If we have a method which takes no argument, and then we still have one argument, for that we use self. So for that we have written here self, and the return we have to write for this function. When this function is called with any object, then it is going to print learn Python. This is going to print. Next, what we have to do is we have to create the objects of the class. For that, we know that the name of the object equals to class name, and if you want to pass any argument. So right now I'm not passing any argument, I'm just creating a very simple object. I'm creating the first object at O1, and then I'm calling that with the name of class. Similarly, I am creating another object also, that is O2. And now I want to print the type, that what is the type of this particular object. So for that we know that we have a type attribute in Python. For printing the object type O1, and now I'm calling the function of a particular class. So how can I do that? I have to give the name of the class first, and then I have to give the name of function, and then here write the object, that is O1. Similarly, you can call by other method also, that if you do not want to call by the class name, then how can you call with the simple name of object? So we have another object also, that is O2. So you can simply write the object name dot the name of the function. This is what you can write. And when I execute this particular cell here, you can see that the class which we want to know the type of the object, that is of class type main learn. And then we can see here that we can call a particular function with the name of class also, and then we can call it with the name of object also. That will display same thing, that is learn Python. Next, we are going to discuss about some inbuilt class examples which are there in Python. For example, in A, if I am storing a text, let's say ABC, and in B I am storing number 10, in C variable I am storing a decimal point value, and in D I am also storing a number but in quotes. Now if I want to know that what are the built-in function in Python, then it will display the type. So we can simply write here print type of A, print type of B, print type of C, and lastly print type of D. Now here you can see that these are the inbuilt class examples which are there in Python, and that is firstly ABC is of a string class, the number which we have given is of a integer class, the floating point which we have given is of float class, and if it is enclosed within the closed, then the number will be treated as string. So if As you can see that it is enclosed within the quote, so that is also a string class. And we have also created this concept when we were studying about the data types and the functions. So these are the inbuilt classes which are there in Python. Next, we are going to see that what are the constructors in Python, that is Python constructor. So self, we have known that we have used a self. Self is a kind of by default parameter. If a method which takes no argument, then we can use the self so that it can still take one argument. Now Python constructor, I use init method when we want to create a particular constructor, and it is of two types, that is parameterized and non-parameterized. So let us firstly do an example of parameterized constructor. So firstly I'm going to create a class and name it as my name. Next I'm going to define here a constructor, and we're going to do it with the help of init keyword, which we do. So def init, and it is parameterized. So here I'm going to pass parameters. One parameter I'm passing as self only, and the next I'm passing as name. And what it is going to print, it is going to print that parameterized constructor, that it is going to print. Next we can create a self dot name, and that is going to have a name which we are going to give. And next what we are doing, we are creating another function, that is name, and it is also having parameter self. And in print we're going to give here hello and self dot name that we have created. Next we are going to create the object of both the classes. So firstly I'm going to create object equals to name of class, that is my name. And if you want to pass parameters here, then we can write and pass here. So here I'm passing the parameters GoEduHub. And lastly what I'm going to do is object dot name, the function which we have defined here. And as I execute this particular cell, here you can see that it is firstly printing parameterized const, that is the parameterized constructor, and then it is printing the name, that is GoEduHub. And we have given here a string also here, that is hello GoEduHub, so it is printing with that. Next we are going to discuss about non-parameterized constructor and how can we create a non-parameterized constructor. So that means it has no parameters. So how can we do that? So we have to not do any change, we have to remove this particular parameter from here. Same name and class we are using, and now it is going to print that it is non-parameterized constructor. And next here you can see that this particular name we have already removed as no parameter, so we have to remove this also. And next in name self comma name, here we are going to give that with the function. Okay, and after that it is going to print hello and not self name, it is just simply going to attach the name here. We have created the same object, and as it takes no parameter, so we are going to pass the parameter in the later statement. So it is just going to simply have no arguments, that is my name. And next in object dot name, it is going to print, here I am going to give the name, that is GoEduHub. And when I execute this particular cell, here you can see that it prints non-parameterized constructors and hello GoEduHub. That means we remove the parameters from the class definition and the constructor definition, and we have given it when we are assessing the object. Next, how can we delete a particular Python class? If for example I want to delete a particular Python class, then we simply use the del attribute on an object or a class to delete that particular keyword. For example, I want to delete this class, I will write here delete my name, and as you write this particular syntax, this particular class now gets deleted. Now if you want to check and again create this particular class, you have to do is you have to mention the particular class again. So by the end of this video, we have studied about classes and objects in Python. How can we create a class and then create an object of it, and then how can we create constructor that is parameterized and non-parameterized constructor, and lastly, how can we delete a Python class. The notes will be provided to you in the link of the video description. In this video, we are going to discuss about a program that how can we actually upload an image loading using Pygame. So firstly, we need to import Pygame, and next we have to use .init method to display all the packages which are there. The init method is used for initializing all the modules of Pygame. So for that, what we need to do, pygame dot init. Now all the methods are initialized. You can use that in your code. Next we have to write here window is equal to pygame dot display dot set mode. And now here you can give the dimensions of your frame, that is, you can set the dimensions. We have created a window. Now this function is to create the window dimension, that according which dimension you want to set your window. For example, my dimensions will be 500 comma 500. Next, done equals to false, we have to write. And next we will create a loop. Now why do we create a loop and writing done equals to false? That this loop will be placed to stop our window on the screen, and if we do not use the loop, our window will be created but will not stop, it will not hold, it will just create an exit. So for that, now we are going to execute a loop, and firstly, before executing the loop, I am here using clock equals to pygame dot time dot clock. Now what does this clock exactly does? So if there are frames which are need to be covered, then that is done with the help of this clock. Clock is actually a function of time, and time is there in a package which we have implemented already, Pygame. So that module is there in Pygame. And in the snake game, if we play a snake game, you can see there that the speed increases gradually as the game increases, or the snake eats the particular food. So for that only we here use that clock, and this clock is actually to set the particular frames per second which are there. For that, lastly we will use a clock.tick method. Right now we are not implementing a game, but just to tell you the basic functionality, we are doing it here. So I have used here clock is equals to pygame dot tick dot clock, and next I am going to execute the while loop, that while not done and next for event in pygame dot event dot get, if any event is fetched, then if event type is equals to pygame dot quit, then done turns to be true, that will turn to true, which is already initialized at false. So let us write that also. If event dot type is equal to pygame dot quit, then done is equal to true, and here also change this to capital. This is done. Next we are going to fill the screen, that particular image is going to fill the screen, and we have to give the dimensions for that also. So we will give the dimensions, and then firstly we will check the screen fill. So screen dot fill, and I give here dimension that it will be the fill, that means the background will be white, and this is the dimension which the RGB code given, that is 255, 255 and 255 for white. Next we are going to upload a image. So I'm creating here the variable image, and that is going to pygame dot image dot load to load the particular image, and here I'm giving the link of that image. So I have already an image of snake in my system which I have uploaded in the Jupyter notebook, and then I'm going to give the extension also. This is the image which I have and I want to upload. You can select any other image also. Window dot build. Now this is a new function. Now what this window dot build does, and next is the window dot build. This function says that the image and draw it onto the window at the positions which you give, that is the x and y coordinate you give. So image, here we are going to write the variable that is here which we have declared, that image is going to be fit, and then we have to give the particular dimensions also where we want to fit. So for example, I am giving these two dimensions, 10 and 10. Next, pygame dot display dot flip. Pygame.display.flip is going to allow only one portion of the screen to be updated. That means where the image is to be updated instead of the entire area. Next, we are going to clock dot tick, and here I am giving 60 as the value. That is the update per frames that has to be given. This much frames has need to be updated when this particular function is used, clock function. So that we have taken from the time module with the, which is there in the pygame. And clock dot 40 tick means that every second at most 40 frames should pass, or you have given here 60, so 60 frames should pass. Next, what you have to do is you have to check for the indentation also. And lastly, here you have to write that pygame dot quit. And now I'm going to check for the indentation, that if I have missed indentation somewhere. And as I execute this particular code, here you can see that a window is generated, pygame, and it shows the image, the part of the image which we have used to fit in this particular window. This is the particular image which I already downloaded in my system and then uploaded it in the Jupyter notebook for using in this program. So this is how we can use an image in the pygame, and this is an example of how can we import a particular image in a pygame window. In this video, we are going to discuss about Python exception or error handling. In Python, when we execute a program, sometimes Python gives error. Here we learn how to handle these types of error in Python. Now, exception, as we have discussed, is an error basically which occurs during the time of execution, when program disrupts the normal flow from the program's instruction. Exception is a base class for all the exceptions in Python. Now, there can be certain types of exceptions. You can see here, syntax error, when the code syntax is not proper. Type error, raised when an operation or function is attempted that is invalid for the specific data type. For example, you are using any particular string function with the integer type of data type. Zero division error, that is a mathematical error, arithmetic error, when you try to divide by 0. IO error, it is operating system related error. Index error, when index is not found or out of range. For example, while you're operating on list, then if index is out of range, then such kind of error generate. Indentation error is the most common error which is generated when we miss the indentation by executing certain function block, if else block, conditional statement block, or loop block. So raised when the indentation is not specified properly. Memory error, when program runs out of the memory, that's known as memory error. In Python, we use the try except to handle the exception. The try block tests the statement of the error, and the except block handles the particular error. A single try statement can have multiple except statements, just like the try and catch. This is useful when try block contains statement that may be thrown out of different exception. Now let us see with the help of a program that how it occurs, but firstly let us see the syntax. In try, it will run first the program or any statement is there. If any exception is there in the try block, then it will be terminated to the else block, and then it will lastly deal with the finally block. Finally block always execute even if the else or the catch block is not executing. So now let us execute a program and see that how can we catch an exception with the help of if and except block. And in that we will discuss about how to handle the index type error. So to declare an index type error, what I have to firstly do is I have initialized an array and I am giving here 1, 2, 3, 4 and 5, also 6. These are the numbers which are there in this array. And next what we are going to do is in the try block we are going to write print, and I want to print the third element of the array. That means the indexing will be 2. So here you can write array and the indexing will be 2. So this will print. Next we are going to print another statement to print the 8th element, that means the 7th array, index 7th of an array. Now this will definitely throw an exception, but let us see and check that exception is there. Now 8th element of the array means the index will be 7th. Next we are going to give an except to catch the particular exception. And I am giving it name index error. And in that particularly it will print if any kind of exception occurs that an error occurred. So this is the complete code, and as I execute this particular cell, here you can see that it prints that the third element is 3, that is of index 2 which we are printing, and lastly it prints an error occurred. Why? Because it is out of index, 7th index is not there, so it cannot print that element. Next we are going to see that how can we use try, except and else blocks for catching an exception, and for that we will use an example of zero division error. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to write in a try block. Firstly I'm taking the input of 2 number. So for input we use the syntax a equals to the data type int, and then we mention here input, and then I'm going to ask the user to enter the number. Similarly I'm going to take the input for b also. And I'll ask the user to enter the second number also. Now I'm going to store the division of a and b in variable c, and after that I'm going to print c. Next I have to mention if there is any zero division error occurs. For example, the user enters the second number 0. So there I'm going to write except zero division error and in that what it is going to print, cannot divide by 0, or in the else it is going to print division done. Now as I execute this particular code, it asks me firstly to enter the first number, so that I'm entering as 4. Next it asks me to enter the second number, so I'm entering as 0, and it prints that cannot divide by 0. That means division cannot occur with 0. This is how exception is checked. Next, if I execute this particular cell again, and let's see that division occurs or not. So divide, first number I'm taking as 12 and next number I'm taking as 3. So it returns the division, that is 4.0, and it also prints that division is done. So it also executes the else block after the division is done, as there is no exception. Next we are going to see that how can we raise exception. Now an exception can be raised by using the raise clause in Python, simply writing raise. This statements allow the programmer to force a specific execution to occur. And in raise statement, we need to define the exception class also. For example, we are going to print a vote checker that a user or a particular person is eligible for voting or not. That means if the age is less than 18, then it's a value error. That means it cannot be vote, or this age is not valid for voting. If the age is greater than 18, then it is valid for vote. So if you want to check the raise error, you have to just type the raise at end of the code, and you will see that the error caused is by the raise statement error. So let us see how can we raise exception. So firstly, in the try block, I'm going to take input from the user in the variable age, and there I'm going to take the input from the user to enter the age. So firstly I have to mention the data type, that is integer, and here I have to write input enter the age, and next we are going to use a condition statement if, and then write the expression that if age is less than 18, then we are going to raise the value error. Firstly we are going to raise the exception. So for that we use the keyword raise value error, and then here in the else, if the age is greater than 18, then it is going to print that age is valid. Now as you have raised the value error, so you have to give in the except the value error clause which exception you are catching. So you can write here except value error, and what it is going to print, the age is not valid. As I execute this particular cell, you can see that it asks me to enter the age. So I'm entering the age as 12. Next is showing that the age is not valid because age is less than 18 and it has raised a value error, and in that exception we have printed that the age is not valid. If you execute this cell again and enter an age that is greater than 18, let's say 20, so this prints that age is valid. Next we're going to see that how can we use try and finally. How can we use these two clauses? So this clause is executed no matter what and is generated used to release the external resources. That means clean up the resources when it is done. The finally clause is exceptional. It is intended to define the cleanup actions type. For example, now to execute a try and finally block, I have imported a file firstly from my system, and you can do it by clicking here, and then you have to click on this upload session, and then you have to upload any file. So I have uploaded key.txt. Next I can do the file handling operations here. So what I'm doing is in the try block, I'm firstly writing f equals to open and giving the name of the file which I just uploaded, that is key.txt, and I can give a file And as I execute this particular cell, here you can see that it opens the first 5 characters which are there in that file, and it reads those first 5 characters which are there. So finally block executes, that means it will definitely close. And this is all about exception handling, which we have studied. What is an exception and how can we define a particular exception and how can we raise exception in Python. In this video, we are going to discuss about Python file handling. Now, reading and writing to files using Python is pretty straightforward. Like, you can just simply open a file and then in an appropriate mode and you can write. But file handling is an important part of web application. To start with file handling, you have to open a file first. To open a file, you can use the open method or you can use open file name and the mode that is used. Now, there are majorly 3 modes. The R mode opens the file in read-only mode only. W opens the file in write mode. That means you can create a file also if it does not exist. Now, A mode opens a file for appending. That is, it will create a file if not exist and then it will append certain text which you are given. So these are some file methods which are there. Open is a method to open the file. Close to close a open file. File number returns an integer to the number of the file. Read n, that means read n characters from the file till the end of the file. That means you can write here in the parenthesis that how many characters you want to read. Readable, it returns true if this particular file is readable or not. Read line reads and return one line from the particular file. Read lines, if you mention here yes, that is, then it will read and returns all the lines only. Seek offset, it changes the cursor position by bits specified by the offset, how many bits you want to change. Tell returns the current location of the file. Writable returns true if the file is writable or not. Write is used to write a string of data to the file, and write lines list of data can be written with the help of it. So firstly, what we need to do, in my system I have a file name text.txt, and I'm going to firstly open that particular file and read a few characters. Now if you're using Jupyter Notebook, then in the home you have to firstly upload that particular file by, you can go here. If you have any other file, you can upload it by clicking here and then you can upload that file in the home so that you can use it for programming. So next what you have to do, I am creating here a f variable and then I'm using the open method and I'm writing the name of the file. So my name of the file is text.txt and then I have to specify the mode, then in which mode I am opening. So I'm opening it in read mode only now, and then I want to read a few characters. So I'm going to write here print f.read and I'm going to read only the first 5 characters. So I'm writing in the parenthesis 5, that will read only 5 characters. Next, file dot close. This will close the file. Now if I execute this particular set, you can see here it is returning me the first 5 characters which are there in this text.txt file. Now if you want to read the complete file, that whatever is written in the file, you want to read that. For that we can simply execute a loop. Like what we can do, we can write here f equals to open. I'm opening that file again only, text.txt in read mode, and then I'm going to execute a loop for I in f print I. Now here you can see in that file it is written Go EduHub Technologies providing training in data science and also in ML and AI. So it has print whatever has written in that particular file. Now if what I want to do is I want to write data to this particular file, then how can I do that? For writing the data to a particular file, you have to open it and you have to write again, that using the method f.write, and you can write here whatever you want to write. Like you can mention here any particular text. For example, I have written Jaipur. So this is what we have written in the file, and firstly we have missed one thing, writing. We have to open the file in the write mode, that is in W mode, so that write operation can be performed. So you have to write f open text f.txt, and then you have to specify the mode, that is the W, write mode. You have written, and next you are closing the file, that is f.close. So execute this set, and now you can go here and check. We have this particular txt file, and I open this particular file. Here you can see that now it is written Jaipur. That means write mode firstly remove all the existing data from the file and then write the particular data which you have given. So it has removed that Go Edu Hub Technologies providing training and whatever I have written in the file. It removes that and write only whatever I want to write. Next, if I want to append in this particular file only, I want to append certain text. Then how can I do that? I have to open that in append mode. So that is f equals to open. You have to give the name of the file, that is text.txt, and then you have to specify the mode, that is A for append. And next you can write f.write and then you can mention text here. For example, I am writing several pin codes. This is what I want to write, and then I'm writing here f.close. Now let us check that file again. So here you can see that append methods add the new data in the file without disturbing the existing data. So these are the few modes which we have discussed in the file, that is the append mode, read mode, write mode. Now if you want to check and list, you want to return the list of all file or folders in any particular directory, then how can you do that? That means you have to get directory listing. So for that, firstly you have to import OS, and then you have to write, I'm creating here a variable name L, os.list directory, and then you have to give a location, that at which location or the path of the directory you have to give. This os.list directory is actually returning you the exact size of the file size which are there according to the modification date. That means it returns all the list of the file and folder which are there in this particular directory. So here I am giving a location. You can give any other location which you want to access. So I have given the location, that is the path, and now I want to check for all files. So for that we use a loop. And as I execute this particular set, here you can see that it returns me all the particular files and folders which I have in this particular directory, that is downloads. Next, if you want to create a particular directory, then which command can you use for making the directory? For that we use a simple command os.mkdir. It creates a single subdirectory, and if you want to create multiple directories, then you have to use make mkdirs. So here what I'm going to do is os.mkdir, and I want to create a directory naming Go Edu Hub. Directory. This is the directory which I want to create. Now let us check that such a directory is created or not. Here you can see that a Go Edu Hub directory is being created. Now it is blank, and you can add any files also by writing here. So this is all about file handling in Python, that how can you open a particular existing file, or how can you create a new file for writing a data. If you use the write method, then it will remove the existing data and then write the new data. And if you use the append method, that it won't disrupt the existing data, it will simply append the text at the end of the file. Similarly, you can check all the list of the files and folder with the help of list dir, and you can create a new directory also with the help of mkdir. The notes will be provided you in the video description. In this video, we are going to discuss a program and make a snake game program in Python with the help of Pygame library. So we have discussed about how can we make a blank frame, then how can we move the element to add functionality, how can we add a text, and similarly how can we add an image to a particular frame also. So firstly, before starting the program, we will import a few libraries, and firstly we are going to import pygame, then we are going to import time, and we will also import random, because we know that in a snake game food is also there, and snake, we give the movement to the snake with the help of our keys, arrow keys, and then the snake eats the food. So for that we generate the random, so we are taking random for it. Next we are using pygame.init, and we know that pygame.init is used to initialize all the packages. After that we are writing the actual color for all the RGB code for the colors, that is white, yellow, black, red, green and blue, which will be required for displaying several components in this program. So for white we are writing 255 255 255. Next we will write for yellow 255 255 160, sorry 102. Similarly we are going to write for black, red, green and blue also. So you can see here I have written the RGB code for the colors, that is white, yellow, black, green and blue. And next we are going to give the outer window the width and the height of that window, the display window which will be there. So for that we are using d width as a variable and giving the dimensions as 600, and similarly for height also giving the dimension as 400. Next we are going to display and set the mode that we have discussed, that dis is equals to pygame dot display dot set mode, and there it is going to take d width and the height as parameters. Next we have to set a caption. For that we use the dot set caption method to display that at the top of that particular panel or frame what will be displayed, what will be shown. So for that we use pygame dot display dot set caption and I'm going to display as welcome to snake game. By GoEdu Hub. So this is what I want to display in the top of the frame. Next we are going to use the clock, that is to change the frames we use the clock, and tick dot clocks we use that particular file. So for changing the frame so that it doesn't get freeze and you can see the literally movement of the snake, so pygame dot time dot clock. That's why we imported the packages of time also for displaying the frames per second which are going to be changed. Next we are going to set snake block a variable, and the speed of the snake also we are going to set a particular variable, that this will be the speed of the block and this would be the speed of snake. So for that I'm using the variable firstly s block and I'm initializing the value as 10, and next I'm doing it for snake speed, that is s speed and there I am putting the value as 15. Next we need to set the font also, and for that we know that font.sys font, we use that particular method for setting the font and according to the size also. So I have to set two font, firstly the font style for the Pygame, and then the score which will be displayed after you end the game or you finish the game, that score will be also displayed. So let us do that also. So f style is I have given to the style that is there, and I have given the values and the size also, and s font is for your score. The score will be displayed to you. Next we are going to define three functions. Firstly for displaying the score, second will be for snake, and third will be for the message that is going to be printed. Firstly for defining an initializing function, we use the keyword def, and it will display score. So I am going to name that function as score. And this particular function is going to have score as its parameter. And next, when this function is called, what will it show? It will show the value of the score, which is render. So for that we use value equals to score s font, which is there, dot render, and it will display you that your score is and plus str, the score which you achieved, comma true, comma, and your score will be visible with any particular color. So let us give the color as red. And it is going to give in the display only. So we will use the dis.build function, and BILT is used for displaying the value in the screen. So we are using that build function here. So what I'm going to write, I'm going to just write dis.build. This function says that any particular thing which is being displayed will be drawn to a particular position given x comma y. So let us use that function also. So here I'm going to write d dot build and value which will be there, comma 0 comma 0. So this is the function we have created for score, storing your score which you will get. Next we are going to make another function for snake that will have the snake block and the snake list as its parameter. Here we have seen that s block and s speed are there, so it is going to have another parameter, that is the snake list. Snake block will be taken from there, and s list will be another parameter that we're going to pass at last. So here we are initializing another function, and the name of that function is snake, and it is having parameter as s block, comma s list. And here now I am going to execute a loop for x in the list, the particular snake list which is there. It will draw a particular rectangle. We are denoting the snake with rectangles, and you have seen in the games also that as that snake eats a particular piece of food, the length keeps on increasing. So that's why we are using a loop here, that for every x in snake list, we say s list pygame dot draw. We know that this function is used to draw several shapes. Rect, we are using a rectangle. So first it is going to take the color of the snake, also the x and y coordinates, the block of the snake, and then comma again the snake block it is going to display for every particular block which he eats. So the snake function is also made, and next we are going to make the message, that a message will be displayed to your screen. So for that also we define a function named message, and in that message function we have msg comma color as parameters, and this particular function has variable msg that is storing the font style, that the message that has to be displayed, and at it with which particular width and height that message will be displayed, that is to be given. So we have given here the width and height, and we will divide by 3 and 6 so that it displays in the between of the screen. So let us firstly display the message, that is font style dot render message true color, and next in d dot So we have made the message function also, and next we are going to define a loop that every particular second that food is to be given at certain places, and that we will generate with the help of random, which we have studied in Python also, is particularly a package that used to generate either random values or random positions we can also generate, giving the particular range. We will start from 0 to the width of the frame, and similarly 0 to the height of the frame, as according to it is giving in which dimension, either x dimension or y dimension. So let us execute the loop for that also, and we will define that particular definition as loop, that function definition as loop. So you can see here I have defined that particular function and divided that loop with 2 for the height and width of the frame, and similarly I have generated with the help of random function so that food can be given in the x or the y direction of the snake block that we have declared, that whichever block there will be, and in the S block, and similarly the d height and width, which functions we have already declared here the values, that will be minus from that block and divide by 10. So random positions will be generated using this particular formula for giving the food in x and y dimensions. Next we have to give a loop for calculating that while the game is not over, then it continues to play and it continues to fill the particular things, and if the game is over, then what to do, what will the next thing which will happen. So for that we will firstly use a while loop, that while game is not over, so game close, a variable which we will initialize, is equals to true. That means the game is closed, and then it will display you that you have lost. So you can press C to play again, or you can press Q to quit the game, and then we will give both the keys an update that if C is pressed, then you have to restart the game, and if Q is pressed, then you have to quit the game. That means you have to exit the particular game. So here you can see that I have written the while loop, that while game is not over, and then if the game is closed, and that will show you a message that you lost, press C to play again or press Q to quit, that will be given in red, and your score will be displayed. Now every event is given here, that if key is pressed, then the game will be over, and if it has again pressed C, then it will again continue to play. The game loop will again execute. That means here the loop function which you have given, it will again start executing. Next what we have done here for event in Pygame, now event we have to do, if quit is there, then game will be closed. Key down, that means the snake will move the down block. Now if the right key is pressed, then it will move to the right position. That means position along with the keys that are going to be pressed, that is given here, that this position will be there and the snake will move in this direction. Now we know that if the snake touches the boundary, that means the width of the frame which we have given, that it automatically dies and the game end, and that is the last score which you have given. So we have to execute that particular thing also, that if snake head is exactly touching the dimensions, then the program has to end, or then the game has to end. So we have to give that also. So we will give that with the help of if conditions only, that if x1 is increasing with the width height and it is touching, snake head is touching, then game close will be equals to true. And then random food will be generated with the help of that snake block only, and if the game restart again, then the food will again get start generated. So here you can see that I have given that also, that if snake head dot append x1, that in x dimension or either in y dimension, then snake is dead, delete the snake list, that complete list will be deleted, that each food, each block of food snake eats, it adds to the length of the snake, so that will be deleted, and game close will true. Next we have updated that if the user again restarts the game, that means if he or she presses C, then again food will be start generating, and that with clock dot tick, that is snake speed, and snake speed will generate according to the last left game. Lastly, we have used pygame dot quit to close the window, and similarly we have closed the game loop function which we have called also. So now as I execute this particular, you can see here it shows me welcome to snake game by GoEduHub, and as I press the key, so this is my snake and it is moving, and the black is the food which it needs to eat, and here you can move, and then so this is how it is done. As I touch the boundary, the snake dies and it shows me that your score is 1, you lost. Press C to play again or Q to quit. So I want to play again and I pressed C and the game starts again. So it eats the food and it adds the score. And you can see that each block of food which I eat, it adds to the length of the snake. And the score is updated along with that only. And see, that's how the game ends as I touch the particular boundary or the width of the frame which the condition we have given. If it adds snake touches, snake head touch that boundary, then automatically it gets dead and you lost. If you press Q, then it will exit. In this video, we are going to implement a game of tic-tac-toe with the help of Tickinter window. Tic-tac-toe is nothing but the game of 0 and crosses, where there is a board of 3 cross 3. That means there are 9 boxes, and there are 2 players who are playing this game, and each sign is allotted to them, that is cross and 0. Now if adjacently, diagonally, upward, downwards, if any of the player make a match of a pattern that is of crosses or 0, then that declares to be the winner. And if all the boxes get filled and there is no match, then the match gets tied. So we want to implement such a program with the help of GUI Tickinter window. So firstly what I have done is I have imported the packages from Tinker, and then I have also imported message box to show the info. That means I want to display at the end that which player has won or the match has tied or what. And I have important warnings also, that if there is any warning, that will be filter warning and ignore. Firstly, what I have done is I have initialized a Tickinter window in root. Next, I am going to initialize the number which are there in the box. So here you can see that I have initialized number, that is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 and 9. And Y here is denoting X for player 1 and zeros for player 2. So this is the X for player 1 and the zeros for player 2. And board is a list to store the marks with respect to the cell number. So we have done initialized it as a list which is going to store the marks. Next, what we have to do, as all the particular board get filled and boxes have a number that is zeros or x's, then it is going to print the result also. For that we have to define a function named boards and then print all the cells in the form of list that is going to be displayed at the end. So let us do that also. So here you can see that I have defined a function named results that is having boards and marks. It is going to in return board 1 equals to board 2 equals to 3, then which mark. If 4, 5, 6, that means firstly we are taking it row wise in the board. If 4, 5, 6 are the board having same mark, or 7, 8, 9 is having. Then we are taking it 1, 4 and 7. That means now we are taking it vertically, column wise. If that mark wins, then it will define that mark. 2, 5, 8. That means the second column, if it gets a match, then which mark gets a match, it has to win. 3, 6, 9. If that marks win, then which mark is to be win, that will be returned in the result. And lastly, we are taking the two diagonals, that is 1, 5 and 9, and which mark is there. And similarly 3, 5 and 7. That means this side arrow diagonal, if that mark wins, that it is there. Now we have to define a function for result. What we have defined a function for result. Next we are going to define a function of the marks also. If this mark can win, then player 1 has won. If O mark has the matches, then player 2 has won. Now here you can see that I have defined a function naming defined sign, that is storing the number, global variables x, y and numbers, which is checking which button has clicked and checking if the button has already been clicked or not avoided to be overwritten. That means if number equals to 1 and number in numbers, then it has to be removed. If the value of x is even, then person 1 will play, or vice versa. That means the person 2 will play. Either x is y is having x, the sign x, and the other y variable is having the sign of O, that is the zeros. So that will be config. Next we have to declare the results and the number for each of the number. We have done for 1. Similarly we have here written for 2 also, that if mark at the second number is of O or X. So if it matches the boards and mark result with the mark of X, then result will be player 1 wins, else the result will be player 2 will. Similarly we have to write for all the boxes and all the numbers. So I have written lastly for the number 9 also. Next there arises a condition also that if the match has tied, none of the player has won, then we have to specify that condition also, so that the tick-enter window can print that the match has tied. So for that we have to write a condition that if both the marks are done and all the boxes are filled and no match is there, then the match has tied. So here you can see that I have written a condition that if we got any winner, then display in the dialog box stating the match has been tied. So for that, if x greater than 0 and results of board is x equals to false, and for board 0 also it is false, then in show info is the function which we have created, we are going to show that result the match has tied and the board will destroy. Now we have to create several buttons so that the action can be generated on them. As we click them, there generates the sign. So for that we will use the lambda function in the Python, and let's see how can we do it. So you can see here I have written the function for here for button 1, that is a button root of the particular window tick-enter which we have named, the width and the height I have given, and command we have used lambda function, and the expression is define sign. We have used the define sign function to define the sign, and here I have written 1. Now in the grid of the tick-enter window, where in this particular geometry it needs to be placed, so it will be placed in the row 1 column 1. Similarly button B2 equals to button root comma width equals to 20 comma height equals to 10 comma command equals to lambda define sign for 2, and this B2 dot grid will be placed in row 1 and the column 2. So this is how we are going to write the code for all the 9 buttons, because we have a grid of 3 cross 3, and similarly we are going to define sign of different columns or the buttons, and next we are going to place them in the grid geometry by assigning the rows. For example, the next button B3 that will define the sign 3 will have the row 1 column 3. Next, when it comes to button 4, it will have row 2 column 1, and similarly it goes on. So here you can see that I have written code for all the 9 buttons, and lastly I have written root.main loop so that it can execute, the window shall appear, and lastly I have written print board so that all the things which will be done on the board that gets printed. As I execute this particular cell, here you can see a window named TK is generated. Player 1 is having X sign and player 2 is having 0 sign. Now these are the boxes which we have created. These are actually the buttons which are going to define the sign as we click. So the player 1 plays, so the sign X appears. Next for player 2, that is 0. Similarly for X here, and it is also printing for zeros. Now this is a match in a particular row. That means we have defined the function for the sign and it is a match here, that is 1, 2 and 3. So it results that in result window it is showing that player 1 wins. And last you can see here all the matches are here also displayed. So now let us execute this cell again so that we can check any condition of tie occurs or not. So here you can see that it's printing that the match has tied because all the boxes or the buttons are filled with the signs of X and 0, but there is not a match vertically, horizontally or diagonally. So hence it prints that match is tied. As you press OK, the button gets closed and it displays you all the signs which have been done. So this is how we can create a game of zero and crosses with the help of GUI and Tincture window. In this video, we are going to discuss about Pygame. And Pygame is a Python library to develop games. Before starting with Pygame, we need to install the particular Pygame so that we can implement further programs with the help of packages in it. So for installing the particular package Pygame, we have to write pip install. So here you can see that installation is done, collecting Pygame and then installing collected package and successfully install the package. That means package is installed. If you want to write this command in the shell, Python I shell, you can do that here also. There will be same package will be installed. Now next, getting started with Pygame. As we know, to play any game, we first need a window. So we will create a window in Pygame first. So for that, we have to firstly write import Pygame. Next, we have to write pygame.init. Now what will this pygame.init do? It will initialize all modules of the Pygame. Pygame.init. Next, we have to set a name of window. That is what will be there in the window top, what will be written. For that, we use the caption and we write like this: pygame dot display dot set caption and here you can set the caption. For example, I am setting the caption as Pygame window. Next, we have to create a window also. This is what we have set the name of the window. Now for creating the window, we have to write window equals to pygame dot display dot set mode. And here you can set the dimensions of the particular window. For example, 400 and 600 I am using as dimension. So this particular set mode is a function which is used to create a window. Next, we are going to execute a loop. Now the loop is placed to stop our windows on the screen. If we do not have the loop, our window will be created and will not stop. Window will keep on creating and it will not stop. So that's why we execute a loop. So firstly what we do, we here mark it as false. And next we execute a loop to control our window. So while done, while not done, for event in Pygame dot event dot get Now here we have executed another loop, that is the for loop for the event dot get. That means if any event is occurred. So inside the event we handle all the actions that occur above the window. And next what we are going to do, we are going to write a message that if event dot type is equals to pygame dot quit. So that means we close the window, then becomes true, that means our window will be closed. So now let us write that also. If event dot type is equals to pygame dot quit, then done becomes true. Next, you have to keep in mind about the indentation, or else you will get an indentation error. Pygame dot display dot flip. Now what this pygame dot display dot flip does, it is actually used as it allows only a portion of the screen to be updated instead of the entire area. So we are not doing the updation in the entire area, that's why we use the flip, as it allows to update only a portion of the screen. That is done, and next we are going to quit the pygame. So for that we will write pygame dot quit. So this is the complete code, and as I execute this particular code, here you can see a window is generated. The caption which we have given, that is pygame window, and this is the dimension which we have given. According to that, a blank window is generated. Now for adding more functionality to it, we will look into upcoming videos. In the previous video, we have seen that using this particular code, that how can we just create a blank window, and that has only one functionality, or can we say interactivity, is with the close button, that you can hit the close button to close that window. But that's not exactly a game is all about. It should be interactive. Now to make that interactive, we use the features interactivity. For example, we can pick any particular color and make a shape and then move it within the frame. So how can we do that for adding the functionality? Let us see. So this code remains the same, and we have to change a few things in it only. For example, firstly, what I'm going to do is I'm going to take a color after this window size which we have given. So let us reduce this particular window size a bit, 400 and 300. Done equals to false, that is okay. And next, below this what we have to do is, we are making is blue equals to true. That is another thing which we are doing. We are making is blue equals to true. So that will be something like a rectangle which will be from, and then it will be moving, or we will give that particular interaction with the user commands which he or she might be giving with the arrow keys. So then we are deciding the dimensions for it also, that is x equals to 30 and y equals to 40. This is the dimension which we have given. And now next we are going to use a clock equals to pygame dot time dot clock. Now what this particular clock function does, the duration of the each frame is as short as your super fancy computer can make it. The frame rate needs to be throttled in a particular number, such as 60 frames per second. So for that we use a method that is called tick, which is used. This is the method tick, which method is used, and that particular method is used to take the frames per second. So what we do is we use this pygame.time.clock method, and in that we have a tick method that is used to take the particular desired frames per second in rate. So that is done. We have used that particular clock function here. And next what we are going to do is, now we are going to add the particular interactivities, that if this key is pressed then what is going to happen, and if this key is pressed then what is going to happen. So let us keep this loop only while not done, and then for event in pygame.event get, if event type is equals to pygame quit, that is done is true. Next we have to write here another loop, another condition statement which we have to give. So if event dot type is equals to pygame dot key down, that means the down arrow key, and next we can also take for space key also. So for that we have to write that event key event dot key is equals to pygame dot k space. Then what is going to happen is blue that we have initialized is equals to not is blue. This is done. Next, if any key is pressed, then what to be done? That if any particular key is pressed, then what will be the function and what will be the functionality will be there in the frame. So for that what we do, below this particular for loop indentation only, we are going to write that pressed is equals to pygame dot key dot pressed. And next, if pressed pygame dot key up, that is the upper arrow key, if that key is pressed then what is going to happen? Y minus equals to 3. Now this we have studied in the assignment operators also, that it will be firstly subtracted from the right hand operand by 3, whatever the value is previously stored. Then y, it is the value which is stored in y we have is 40, so that will be reduced to 3. Next, similarly we are going to write for the down key, left key and the right key also. So here you can see that I have written for down, left and right also, and given the dimension that what function or what implementation is going to happen when a key is pressed. Next what we have to do is we have to write a screen fill. That screen fill initially will be 000, that is the RGB color code. So screen dot fill, initially it will be 000, and next what we will do, that if we have checked for is blue, color equals to 0, 128, 255, else color equals to 255, 100, 0. So these are the two colors which we have given, and next we are going to draw the particular shape that we decided as rectangle. So for that we have to write here pygame dot draw, it's a function to draw any shape, rectangle screen, color pygame dot rect x comma y 60 comma 60. These are the values which we have given. Pygame display flip, and next for the frame per second we add clock tick so that the frames per second can be changed and it should not be overlapped, so that we can see that exact movement is there, frame should not freeze. That we are giving here as 60. So this is the complete code which I have written. Now as I run this particular cell, a window here is generated. You can see here pygame window, and as I use the shift keys, arrow keys, this particular rectangles move. So this is the basic functionality of interactivity which can be added to a pygame window. And further we are going to see in our videos that how can we add any image or how can we integrate it with our game. So this is all about interactivity we have created with the help of a small rectangle, and with the help of the keys we can move this particular rectangle. In this video we are going to see that how can we put font style and size in a pygame window. So firstly we have to import pygame, and next we have to initialize all the packages that are there. So for that we use pygame.init, and next we set a window. And how do we do that? Pygame.display set mode, and we set the size. So this is almost clear to you because we have done same thing only in previous 3 programs also. Next we use the clock so that we can change the frames per second according to the time which we give. Now initially we take this as done equals to false, and then what we do is we set a font. For that we use a variable font equals to pygame dot font dot sys font. And right now we are not specifying any font, so you can write here none, or you can give the name of the font and then you can give the size. So this sys font and size, this functionality is that describes the style of the text and the size of the text. Here we passed none as style. That means I will take the default system text style, or I can give the name of the any style if you want to give. Next we have to pass the text, that which particular text you want to print, that is going to be set according to that size. So for that we use text font dot render. Now this text font dot render, what it does, it creates a surface text object. Surface text object in which text is drawn on it. In this particular text is drawn and it is having parameters as text. It is set to be true, and the color of the text, that which color you want to print a particular text. So what we are going to give here, I'm going to give here the text as GoEduHub. It is set to be true, and next I'm going to give the color. So this is done. Next we are going to execute the same while loop for the frame, that for event pygame.getEvent, and then we are going to fill it, and similarly we are going to use the window.build function. So let us do that also. This is which we used to do in previous program also, and it is going to be fill, the window size is set. Build method we have discussed already, that the build method is used, that its function takes the image, or for it is now going to take the text and draw it on the window as the positions which you have given. So positions we have given here, that in this particular position of the width and height we are going to draw the frame. Now here you can see as I execute this particular cell, it has been a window generated. Here you can see that the Pygame window, and it is displaying the text Go EduHub and the dimensions which we have set, and the color, that is red, we have given in the RGB format, and we have used no other specific font, so we have taken the by system default font.